the pool where we come from, and to everyone and to all of you. We are on day 3, taking up from my colleagues Nicholas and Grace yesterday, who actually walked you through a lot of the stuff that you are practitioners in and the stuff that is familiar to you. So I come in, and of the 3, I'm the one who will be I am from a non-scientific context. I'm actually working on the media space. So my role today is just to help you interface your work and what you do with the outside world, the outside public, how you break it down, who you break it down to, what are some of the tools that we can be able to use, and also to be able to see how do we pitch to media, how do we look at our work and remove ourselves from that lens of this is my work, this is what I'm doing. And then you imagine explaining the work that you do to your grandmother in the village in your local language. So if you can think for a while, if you're able to do that, if you're able to actually let your grandmother in the village know what you do in a language that she understands, that is the role and what I'm hoping that we can be able to do. But now, outside of your grandmother, to different audiences. Thank you, Kevina, for the introduction, and we'll just dive into the presentation. But mine is going to be a lot of hands-on. It's going to be a lot of questions and answers. I'm going to need a lot of your feedback in terms of let's have an open discussion so that we can see where we are going and to be able to ask ourselves at the end of this training, how do I move from my work being on my desk, being in peer-reviewed journals, being just a part of another thesis or another paper that I'm submitting to a scientific journal, and to be able to see how we can interface with the wider group in general. So I am going to try and put out my presentation. One minute. Just checking. Kevina, are you seeing my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay, fine. Thank you. So we are here. So we are going to look at we understanding the media landscape, and that is what we are looking at today. So I'm just going to ask, and maybe someone will help me. So we are going to do this discussion. Every story is a science story. Just think of that sentence. That's from the open notebook that says every story is a science story. So I'm just going to allow 1 or 2 people to actually interject and tell us what you think or what you believe from that piece. From this sentence that every story is a science story. What does it mean to you when we say every story is a science story? Anyone? Do we have any hands up? So that you just unmute and tell me what you think about that.
As long as it involves a human or an object, it's definitely science.
Okay, break that down again. As long as it involves a human or science. Give me an example. Not to put you on the spot, anyone else who can help or give us also, just add to that thinking. So we've had as long as it has a human and it has science, it's a science story. Anyone else who can dissect this 5, 6 words for us?
We have Rehema with raised her hand.
Rehema?
much. To me, every story is a science story. Every story involves a human, and every story needs to be investigated because you cannot have a story which you don't have any proof on it. So if you need to investigate to go thorough on that story before writing that story, then it tells us that every story is science story because you need an investigation, you need data collection. You cannot have a story without a data. That's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Rehema. So what we are actually saying, or I think what the Open Notebook was trying to say, is that science is actually a fundamental part of our human experience. I always tell people, when you think about your morning, it's a couple of minutes past 9. If you think about how your morning has been from the moment you woke up, the bed you're sleeping in, the science that actually decided this bed must be this size, this pillow must look like this, your mattress must look like this, so that it's able to either work for your back or everything. If you think about what you've eaten this morning, all food, when it comes from the kitchen, is actually the end product of a science reaction. You know, when for those of us even who bake, that's where you actually see a lot of science in it. Your breakfast has science in it, whether it is even just the process of boiling. It's all science. If you think about your toothpaste, if you think about the hair condiments, if you think about the soap that you used to shower this morning, there's science in everything. So what we're saying is, it's a fundamental part of human experience, and storytelling can be used to understand and to communicate scientific concepts everywhere. But we realize that there's fewer than 3% of journalists who are trained to cover science, health, and the environment, and access to such training is both scarce and equitable. Most of the time when we go for media training, or you're trained as a journalist, you're trained as an open scientist, okay? So that is when you get to the newsroom, or when you decide at the end of the day to develop what your niche will be. Am I going to be a business journalist? Am I going to be working in the arts? Am I going to be working in science? Am I going to be in the humanitarian sector? A lot of us actually just fly by until you realize that I probably understand a little bit about this bit. Let me go where I'm going. Or you're repeatedly assigned roles that that you find yourself now getting more familiar with. But this is why we are saying that we need to have more people understand science, understand health, understand the environment, and we need to open up such training to them. So that's where you as scientists come in. Now, I'm also going to ask you, when you think about your morning today, now we are not using a lot of newspapers, and many of you have probably, unless you're in the office, touched a physical newspaper. So I'm just going to ask you, what platforms are you currently using for work or for social? Think about your phone when you woke up in the morning, how long you take to engage with your phone, what are you looking at in the last couple of hours since you woke up. What are you looking at for work? What are you looking at for social? Open answers, just popcorn answers, or we can put it on the chat. Just tell me, what are you engaging with? Anyone? We said this class will be as proactive as possible. So just hope that you're not going to leave without us hearing your voice. So do we have anyone who can tell us what they're engaging with, or we are not engaging?
Vicky in the chat says LinkedIn.
What about social? What are you using for social? It's an open discussion. There's no scientific bias. We are not going to subject you to any methods of verification. I mean, it's open. This one is simple. Who are you following on social media? What are you looking at?
If I go, I would say that when I wake up, one of the things I do is to check my emails or the office WhatsApp group and see There are about 3-4 groups. I'll see where, if there's something urgent I'm supposed to do, what thing I will definitely do. I also have a habit of checking my emails, if there's any new urgent email. And from there, my day begins. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are the answers I'm looking for. Thank you so much. WhatsApp has actually become, even from purely a social channel, and you realize that we're engaging with it a lot more, even for official and professional engagement. Thank you for mentioning that. Can we also have others? What else? What are we following on social? What are we looking at? Who are we engaging with? Anyone else? Yeah.
I follow current issues, and there are influential people in Kenya, like Nyakundi is not Cyprian, is Nyakundi. The ones that their postings have authenticity.
Okay.
I also follow Oyaro just to get what is happening.
Okay. Now, thank you for that answer. Within, if you can please tell us which area or field of science you work in, I'd really love to hear that. The gentleman who's just spoken.
Okay, I'm on climate change, but my area of specialization is project management and community development.
Okay, within the field of climate change.
Yes.
Okay.
No, climate change is integrated in project management and community development.
Okay. So let me just challenge you a little further. Are there any people within your field who you're following, or who you're looking at in terms of what they are talking about within that field, project management? Is there anyone you're looking at, you're engaging, you're following, even if it's outside of Kenya or outside of the country you're based in?
Okay, for climate change, I follow. There are communities of climate change. There are several of them. I follow them, and I also, just to keep myself up to date with what is happening in the climate change world. Yeah. And for development, I follow Sachs.
Okay, Geoffrey Sachs. Sachs. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you for that. So when we look at this, because this is an important topic, and I want us to look at it in terms of media is diverse, and we will come to that. The media landscape is changing. So we now have,
Madam.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry for interruption. I raised my hand up. I have not said what I wanted to say. Can I?
Yes, you can. Apologies for that.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
I am Tongwale Alex from Uganda, a PhD student in Uganda Matters University. Usually when I wake up in the morning, I have to move through the WhatsApp groups that affiliate to my profession, because I'm a teacher. So I have those WhatsApp groups, including the university student WhatsApp, was a PhD group WhatsApp group, to check what is trending there. But mainly, I follow one of the professors, Professor Spire Sentongo. He's not only an academia, but he also doubles as I think in the media, social media, he trends a lot because he's a cartoonist with the Observer. And usually he has some very funny stories that are not only in the academia, especially challenging the government and human rights. He's a human rights activist. And usually I have to check, I follow him seriously to see what he has come up with within the few days or in any time. So he influences me a lot, because sometimes his ideas are very important, and that's why I follow him. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. So this professor that you follow, what is his academic profession? I have picked that he's also a cartoonist, but what is his speciality?
Yeah, I think he specializes in the humanities. He's in Makerere University in the Faculty of Humanity.
Okay.
And I think mostly he specializes in ethics.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for that. And good to hear that we have also participants from Uganda Matters. I know them because they are very good in law. You have a very good also law specialization. So what we are saying, and we've had, is people are using all sorts of platforms. What has been used to be even social platforms is now, of course, rapidly changing to become one of the modes that are being used for official channels. So we've seen the landscape is changing. You have tons of options of which media house you want to target. Growing up, for many of us who are past a certain age, you actually had to wait for a specific hour for you to get the news bulletin in. But now in the morning when you wake up, you can already tell how the day outlook will look like, what is breaking news, just by looking at your phone on what you have seen. So our shifts in media trends, like we have seen for the last 25 years, have really been changing with the advent, of course, of the mobile phone coming in. And then we had the internet, and then now we move onwards to social media becoming part and parcel of what we are, to the point where traditional media is actually in some way getting challenged or threatened by what is happening in the social space. Our traditional media, of course, is your print media, your newspapers and your magazines. It's your radio stations. It's the TV, it's the magazines that you read, hard printed, and also additional online. And then you have the internet. The point is that getting an opportunity to be interviewed on these platforms is much harder because they get inundated with requests. Anytime the news desk sits down and they look at their diary and what is important, they're looking at what is urgent, what will make the newspaper to sell, what is important for the community, what is human interest, what must people need to know. And there's always people trying to send out media releases to say, this is important for your media house, but they have to make that decision. So we are saying that to be interviewed on these platforms is harder because they have so many things, requests they want to deal with. Then we have your social media, which is now accessible to all of you. It is on all your phones. It is on your laptops. You don't have to have an interview with anybody to be able to access this. This is where we have YouTube, we have Instagram, we have LinkedIn, which is a professional on the professional side. And I hope most of you, if not all of you, actually have LinkedIn profiles. And then we have Facebook, we have the podcasts, and podcasts now are not, especially those that belong to the newsroom, are not just podcasts where you can listen on audio, but there are also podcasts that are even broadcast to sister network on YouTube and things like that. And it's happening especially with the morning podcast that you're listening to. And then we have X, which is formerly Twitter, and we have TikTok. Are there any others we think we haven't mentioned in terms of what social media we are using? Anything else we haven't mentioned? Okay, we can put it on the chat. We'll follow as we go. So when we think about social media, and this is why I was asking you who you're following on social media, I just asked ChatGPT yesterday to tell me who are the top followed scientists on X. That's on in Kenya, and I used Kenya as a bias, even though I know and I'm grateful that we have many people from outside the continent. And these are the names it gave me. It gave me Dr. Githinji Getahi, who is AMREF CEO, I think now from Africa. Is actually also global, but his figures are at 58.9K followers. That's one of the highest scientists who's followed. And then we have Kemri Kenya, which have about 57,000 followers. We have Dr. Chao Mbogo, we have Kemri Welcome, we have Dr. Patience Kiuka. Then there's a gentleman who deals with science, with agriculture and science space. He calls himself Dr. Fan, and he works for the Carl Road. I think that's the research institute. Then we have Dr. Joy Kimutai. We have an AI computer scientist called Mbithe. And then we have the Young Scientists Kenya. And I'm very glad to see that TCC Africa also made it at just number 12 on the list. And this is one of those pages that is often retweeted by Kenyan researchers. And we also have a journalist, Lilies Njeru, who works, I believe, for The Nation. She's a health and environment journalist. So what we're saying is these are some of the people who we have now adapted to look at and to put on our feed so that they're able to tell us what is happening within their sphere of influence. And we've looked at different ways. I'll come later to talk about our our scientists on TikTok, because that's a conversation I want us to have. So social media, social cells, is no longer a tool just for photos and personal messaging, but has turned out to be a big player in information dissemination and one of the fastest. Social media applies a content-focused approach. It wants to educate, but it wants to entertain, and this is for business and organizations. If you're using social media in your business or your organization, you know that your point is to ensure that you educate the masses, but also entertainment. The thing about social media, and this is how you should go about it, is you have to experiment with the new, but to stay with the old. So the one that you're familiar with, the type of media you're familiar with, the pages you're familiar with, stay with them. And then keep experimenting with new pages as they come on. So if you find you work for an organization, and I know that you're always encouraged, follow us on these platforms. You do know the main ones that your organization likes to work with, which are maybe the traditional media, maybe it's Facebook, maybe it's X to be able to send out its content, but you're also playing around with things like Instagram, and to try podcasts for the few of them. But that's the thing. You experiment with the new ones that you want to try out, but you also stay with the old. Social media capitalizes on existing social media assets. So you leverage what you can use to communicate in a fresh manner each time. That means that when you go out, it's not every day that you're going to use, especially if you're a busy person. You can't create content every day. So you use your social media assets. If you work in an organization where you have a communications team that goes out with your researchers to the field, you take lots of photos. And what they do is when they come and sit in the office, is we look at what we need for today, but the content is kept. The content is kept, it is stored, so that by next week and the week after, we are still using what we collected from the field to communicate in a fresh manner each time. Sometimes the field is so far and we only open projects once in a while, or we do our research work in the field once in a while, but we can leverage what we have to communicate fresh. Then we have what we call paid campaigns. Paid campaigns is where you buy time on X, on Facebook, on YouTube. Ads are these Instagram, where the feed then advises you, maybe you can try out this page or something like that, because the campaigns are paid. And most businesses are actually realizing that there's more profitability in using these paid campaigns than to use traditional media. If you're in Kenya and you're trying to buy a full page ad in the one of the dailies, it will cost you anywhere between 250 to 500,000 for a full page. Maybe the cost has gone down, but you use a lot less on your paid campaigns, and they push for you those depending on how you have agreed, so that you can be able to pass the message to a wider group, because not everybody is even able to access a newspaper. But these are paid campaigns and what they do. You must have a clear ideology on why you're using social media. You must be true to your identity and avoid the clutter in social media, so that it's not everything that you're going to bring on your page or on your feed. You need to know, is this platform that I'm opening, is it going to be to leverage on my scientific work, or do I want it as a social space? Am I going to keep Facebook for my friends and my family, where I can post my personal things within the home? I can share photos. But when it comes to LinkedIn and X, I only want it to be on a professional basis. So you have to be true to your identity and to avoid this clutter and to know where you're going with it. When we talk about media and we look at the consumption patterns, this was I don't think they have updated, but this is a 2023 survey where we are doing. If you look between 2014 and 2023, the newspaper intake has moved from 21% to 7%. in the last almost 10 years. But if you look, radio has remained almost constant on that, okay? Television has also gone up from 46% to 74%. I think the other reason is also because it's easy now to watch TV on your phone. You don't have to sit glued in your house, but there's always a TV anywhere from your office to a matatu to the reception when you come into your office. So that also heightens it also improves it also improves the margins in terms of how we are viewing a television. It's not something we sit at home to wait. And then, of course, online has moved from 21% to 57% of people who read their media or get their news online. So you can see the consumption patterns have really changed. The only thing is that radio still remains king. Of course, it has gone down a little bit because of the proliferation of other platforms that people are looking at. But these are the patterns we are looking at. Now, when we come to media and newspapers, when you look at the layout, it's very easy to see that you have your front page, then you have your news articles, which take up the first few pages. You have your feature articles, and we look at what that is. And then you have your byline. Your byline is always looking at who has written this story. You have your editorial pages, you have your editorial cartoons, you have your letters to the editor, you have your international news section, and then you have the advertisements. You have your business section, entertainment and lifestyle, and then sports. There's an opportunity to appear in any of these sessions depending on what your story is. So I like this professor of ours from Makerere University, who is also a cartoonist. He could have the editorial cartoons appear on the same page as the editorial or the letters to the editor. So it could be that he has something to say, and he probably has cartoons that he puts himself on social pages, but it could also be interesting. He could put out what he wants to say on the cartoon section of the newspaper. But as a person by himself, he's also somebody who would appear in a feature article. And let's see what the good professor is saying. What does he have to say about ABCD? How is he able to move between his artistic self and his professional self in the classroom, in the newsroom? Why is he an activist? So those are the questions that we ask in terms of that. So there's an opportunity to appear in any of these sections of the newspaper, depending on what your story is. The whole point is to ask yourself, what do I want to say? What is my story? What do I want to put out? How do I want to appear in front of people in any of these in any of the platforms that I'm using? Or if I had an opportunity to appear in the newspaper, what is it that I would want to say or said about me? Now, when we think about the feature story, because it is a section of the news of the newspaper, and it's one of the ones that I do know that takes in a lot of stories from scientists. So we are wondering, what did you notice about feature stories? What if you think about a feature story, maybe I'll ask, does anybody have an example of a feature story they have read in the last week or so, and how did it appeal to you? What did you notice that was interesting about it? A feature story that you read that was compelling, or you watched on TV or on YouTube that was compelling. What do you remember about it? I'd like one or two people to tell us about a feature story. So just take off your thinking, your scientific hats for a minute. Just put on your human hat, put on, this is me and this is how I go about my day. I think we must have read or listened to a story in the last couple of weeks. Anything that stayed with you? Kevina, if there are any hands up, you can help me with that. Anyone?
Excuse me?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Alison now. What I can talk about a future story, for example, Uganda, in eastern Uganda, We always have a story of people from Bududa district. Those are island places where every year there's landslide. And the government has tried its level best always to make sure that those people are resettled somewhere, but they are very stubborn. Even if they are given money to resettle, they don't go. And usually when the rain is very heavy and constant, most of the stories from that side are always about landslides, and the people have died large number. And then usually, people ask government, what do you do? And the government begins planning to resettle them, but every year it happens. And you ask a question, why? If the government has resettled these people again, they are no longer on those highland areas. Why is the landslide again killing more people? So those are some stories that I have ever experienced. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Alison. It's not, of course, it is not the story of this community in Uganda only. It's the story also of places in Western Kenya, in central, not central, in the Rift Valley as well. So it's when you think about a story about this, if you were to move further from the story about the landslides, there's a story also of our human thinking. There's a story of why would we allow the same patterns to continue when we have an option out? But when you think about it, you also think about the culture that pervades that these people think they must stay here. Next year, when you know that you have a recurring pattern, and you people who do evidence and theories of that, you actually realize that we have recurring patterns, but somebody hopes that next year the story is going to be different. So there's also other stories then you can work to support or to think about how can we change the narrative in this place. Anyone else? Thank you for that example. Anyone else who wants to share something?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, my name is Engineer Brahman Sani from Nigeria. So let me take Nigeria as a case study. Most of the times what we experience is that when it comes to this natural of a thing that happens all a year in, year out, like what happens recently in the Northwest, where a dam collapsed and hundreds of people died due to the flooding. And up till today, there is no experts that bring out the actual occurrence of that disaster from the dam side. That's they're from the upstream, from Cameroon down to Nigeria, and no any experts around. Or me, I did not see any reports that says, okay, this is the cause of this thing, and then it may likely happens in the next year, because those people down that are downstream, they have not been evacuated, or I don't know what happened with the government, and then government have not sent anything yet. So with this kind of story, maybe if the researchers now will work towards seeing results in water aspect of the dams, the rivers that are flooding around. In Nigeria, almost every year you had such scenarios of flooding, people die, people misplacing their environment, all these things. That's my own observations. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that story from Nigeria. You notice climate change has been with us from the beginning of time. If you think about it, even all the way to one of the biggest reports, the famine in Ethiopia, I think in the 70s. All of these are climate change issues that are with us. What I have taken from my brother from Nigeria is that he feels that there were no experts who can bring out the cause of this or the story of this. It's a recurring pattern. There must be an explanation of it, whether from a geological aspect, whether from a climate change aspect, whether from it. And sometimes I like to say that our scientists are the ones who are the most skilled in what is happening locally in the country or community, but they're the most silent about it. One of the things that I have continually grown to know, even as I train within this space, is that scientists are very shy in terms of getting information out, and they do not want, I mean, if I've already put it on paper, I don't see why I want to speak to an audience. But the problem is that, just like he has says about the dearth of experts to come and explain what is going on here, even to actually prepare something for the government to be able to work with for future days, that we know, for most of us, if we're in Africa, we do know our governments most of the time. What we actually support or we prepare is not always taken, but often they actually do consider it. But I'm just saying that I think with the knowledge that you have as researchers, with the knowledge you have as scientists, it's a very sad state of affairs if we leave the story to be left to the people who are speculating, who come in and they wonder why this is happening, and they have no idea. So it becomes gossip. And there's nobody who puts up their hands to say, I actually understand what this is, I have studied this is, and then to be able to put it down in simple language to explain to the people what is happening. Go back to my allegory of wherever you work, whatever kind of science training you're in, are you able to explain what is going on to your grandmother in the village? Now go to these scientists who are not speaking up or giving their voice. The question is, how are they able then to go with somebody within the organization in the local terminology to actually explain to the community elders, and then to gather the people together to explain to them what the issue is and how you can avoid this 100 people who died because of the flooding happening next year? How do you take in the geologists? How do you speak, in one voice to the government actors so that they can be able to act and ensure this doesn't happen next year, so that there's a plan in place? So these are features that we have listened to, and if you think about them, already begin thinking, how would I have changed the narrative of this story and bring about a positive outcome for this kind of people where we are? Or if not them, within my space, when I think about the stories I read, how can I bring about a positive outcome in this area or to society with the knowledge that I have? So feature stories are popular content of print, electronic, and the internet. They are human interest articles that focus on particular people, places, and events. Now, the thing about feature stories is they are journalistic in nature. They have been researched. They are not like a news story where the desk is sitting in the morning at 9 o'clock for editorial. The correspondents and the news desk writers are sent out, and by 1 o'clock you have to go back so that you can file the story as it has been. So they are well researched, they are descriptive, they are colorful. The writer has to be thoughtful, reflective, and then you see there's thorough writing about original ideas that have been put up. Now, the difference between feature stories and hard news, the hard news work on daily deadlines, like we've said, but the features take more time to prepare. And often that you find on the news desk, because I think Grace told us yesterday, every day there's a different specialization that is focused on in the newspaper. One day it is Health and Digest, another one is Business Insights, which is probably on Tuesdays, and then you have your industry, then you have education also as one of the things. And so all of these stories, from the last time we wrote about education last week, we have one more week to find stories or to source. So we have longer deadlines and we have more time to prepare for those features. A feature story is not meant to report the latest breaking news, but rather an in-depth look at a subject. So that's what we are saying. The story from Uganda will be, if it is on the news page, which is page 2 and 3, it will tell me that a landslide occurred, the number of people that were killed were these, the chief in the area said this, the government has given this response in the area, the humanitarian organizations have come and done that. But now when we are doing a news feature, you go back to the inside story. Why did this begin? Government says that they alerted people and they told them that you need to come out of this place, you need to be resettled, but they did not want to come until the morning they found themselves been washed away and their homes have been washed away and they have to sleep in camps and there was time. So this is what the feature article looks at and engages the genesis and has a bigger story, how many households were affected, who lost their child, what the story is, all of this. So they range from a news feature that provides sad background to a current event hard news story to a relatively timeless story that has natural human interest. A timeless story is one that, it has no space. It doesn't have to be something that is happening at the moment, but it's something that we can borrow from and we can be able to use. Now, this question is to you. So think about your work and the area where you're working, and then maybe you can share with us what a human interest work that your work has. What when you think about the work that you do, what human interest story would come out of it? Other than the hard scientific bit that you do, think about the human interest stories that would come out of it. Let's talk. Anyone? Anybody who has something to say? I'm reading also from the comments. Evelyn is saying one of the things that she said, she does public engagement of GMOs, and scientists took a back seat until we lost public trust about GMO, and it is sad. Anybody else who has something else to, anybody else who has something to say on that?
Hello,
Sorry?
can you hear me?
Yes, Evelyn, we can hear you.
Okay, just to touch on issues with GMOs, very recently, you find I work indirectly with the National Biosafety Authority to do public engagement on GMOs, vaccines, biotechnology in general, because that is my area. And I think one of the most human interest are the farmers, because that particular group of people, they are mostly left behind by scientists. They are never roped in boardrooms where agriculture is being spoken about, yet they remain the primary stakeholder when it comes to agriculture, whether they are a scientist, whether they are a researcher. So you find we are doing so much research on biotechnology and new models and trends to support agriculture, but our farmers are still using the same traditional methods. Reason being, we are not taking the biotechnology to them. And even if we are taking to them, we are not taking it to them with a language that they clearly understand. That's why you find the public is fighting GMOs so much, but when you speak to them in depth, it's not that they don't like the idea, but scientists, we've not taken time to explain what are these GMOs. Every time we are talking about GMO, we are talking about gene editing, sequencing, knockout techniques, CRISPR, and farmers don't know that. So I think it's a very big crisis, but it was addressed yesterday. There's a master plan for research and communication that went to that went to Parliament yesterday, and we were doing public participation. And I think it was incorporated that researchers need to communicate their science effectively. Yeah.
I love that. And absolutely the reason why we are here, why TCC is here, to be able to help do that. I think that's an important thing. And like I always say, the scientists are the people with the facts, they're the people with the data, but the issue is we are not able to speak in a language that is understood. And I like Evelyn's case study of saying the farmers are not in it. You have to pull your stakeholders, because oftentimes you have your big stakeholders, you have the people, even when you're actually going to the ground to carry out your research, you know, when you're doing your, your initial findings and things like that, and you're carrying out your data research, your research for your background work, you have to talk to farmers, but you can't go in with your PhD level and your master's hat on it. You have to go and sit down. And remember, we always say that when you're engaging with the community, it doesn't matter who you are. You have to wear their shoes. You have to look at the politicians. You have to drink tea in their vibandas. You have to learn how to do those things so that you understand where they are coming from and you explain to them exactly what you're doing. You cannot be able to do data on gemstone mining in the communities and you're not talking to the people themselves. You're not talking to the miner who goes down to the quarry at the bottom, the one who comes up with his face full of all that mud and everything, and you're not able to have conversations with them because those are the people that will actually give you the stories and the data, not just your data assistants who you give the paperwork to go and fill and you have not explained to the community what you're doing. So I like her example of we need to include the farmers and we need to use stories or to use communication that actually works for them so that they can know whether you're going to do pamphlets that have photos and pictures and for you to explain or to actually use even their local language. You can't tell me that we cannot hire translators, you know. You have to put them in your budgets. You have research budgets. Why doesn't it have a translator in it? You have a research budget. Why doesn't it have community engagement where you are going to sit down, not in big hotels, have tea with the local community, have one of the women make the tea and pay them for that so that you sit down and even under the trees and actually just sit and talk about what this project means and what meaning it has to the community. And then you go back when you have finished with your research and everything, you have to go back to the community and tell them this is what together we were able to achieve so that they don't remember Evelyn came here 2 years ago. We have never heard, okay, people, the stories are that she came and they did their mapping here. They were able to introduce a new breed to the farmers, but we don't know what happened. You must learn how to go back. And that's why we are saying for the human interest, it has to have, it's the person. It has to have person. So even your science, think about it in a way in which you're able to engage with your audience and your primary audience, which is either where you're getting your data, and not only the big ones where your stories will be told on public platforms or where then you have to do lobbying, you know, which is also an important feature of the work that you do. But that's what we are talking about. And I hope, Evelyn, you're able to move on from here. And at the end of this training is actually to sit back in your office and say, then how do we disseminate our information? What kind of tools do we have that we are able to speak, even if it's doing a short documentary, you know, with the people there, maybe not with what you have, but it's to help you to think, why can't we have a budget that allows us to engage and to tell these small stories? Because art is one of the biggest ways in which we can use to break down small stories or rather meaningful information and data in ways that people can understand. So thank you for that really important example of that. So yes,
and
yes.
before we move on, Peter has a raised hand, and we also have a
Please
comment
let
in the
him
chat.
speak.
Maybe. Okay, Peter,
Okay.
please proceed.
Okay, thank you. First of all, Evelyn's point of view is from one side of the coin. Now, from the community level, I want to give a story of a climate change deal in Kenya. We participated in it, and I used to bring people from the village to Nairobi and engage with the MPs and hear their stories until when we had in 2016 the act of the climate change. Now, what brings a gap is when politicians are involved. That is one thing. Secondly, who is pushing this agenda of biotechnology? When people begin asking those questions, now they will refuse to adopt whatever technology or whatever improved seeds that have been brought to them. So they will go back to their traditional ways of doing things. So first of all, politics has a lot of influence. And once a politician or gatekeeper say no to this, for example, the general vaccination of the livestock that was brought or proposed by the president, once politicians came and said it was so and so, I don't want to mention names because of legal reasons. And and maybe Evelyn knows because she's working for biotech. I will mention Monsanto, for example. If you use their seeds, for example, you will be dependent on them and you will not have the traditional seed banks that our parents or that they used to depend on that you can just walk into. And recently, just to explain, recently, was it this week or last week? There was a court ruling that now farmers will not need to have a license for them to buy seeds or to do whatever they want. So normally the problem is politics and who is behind the agenda. Once that has been taken to the village, they will refuse. I want to give an example. I come from Western, Busia, Teso South to be precise. The USAID we have typhoid problem there, and the USAID brought something to filter water. The people came, I don't know where the politicians came from, and told the people, oh, they want to finish us. Why haven't they taken this to Central? This thing will finish us as men. So people left that thing up to today, they just hang on their houses. Secondly, they brought this other one that they put chlorine on the taps. The same thing was said. And people never use that chlorine, and typhoid is still there. So once an influential person comes with a negative information, it will destroy everything that maybe was positive and was going to improve the farming or the health of the people. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that answer. I think you can also be able to see even within yourselves as a scientist where your issues lie. Let me hear the comment. Kevina, if you can read for me what's on the chat, and then I can also respond to something that you said.
Okay, sure. Mary says most people sit in offices and make decisions for people who are on the ground. It does not resonate well with them. They will say you don't understand. You must understand where people are coming from first and take it from there. Live with them, get to know them better, etc. And then we also have a raised hand from Alex.
Okay. Before Alex says something, I want to mention, and I like his example because I've used it in this training before. The person who gives information is a very important person in how science is received or how research is received. The example he gave, especially of the vaccination for the animals, if you think about it, it was in a politically charged time. Even the timing of that proclamation or the time that it was made might not have been the right thing to have done. The bearer of the message was also important in thinking about who is this delivering this message? Is this person credible? Is it somebody who the community believes? Or then we think there's always an agenda. The issue of agenda is very important. It doesn't matter which side you work, and that is why even within our research institutions, and for those of us who work in the field of science, an agenda is a very huge story. And Kenyans on Twitter will hunt you down, they will tear you down, they will bring disrepute to your organization if they feel that what you're saying is not credible. I'll give an example. And I was asking you, what are we following? I think one of the biggest stories that we now have is the issue of this big hospitality group that is building this high-end thing at the Masai Mara, and they're saying that that is blocking the corridor. If you look at it, there's a lot of information and misinformation, disinformation with regards to that story. I am on no one side. I am on the side of there are lots of issues in that story. But the problem is, what is the key story? There's agenda setting for everybody. There's agenda setting for the hospitality group. There's agenda setting for Kenyans. There's agenda setting for wildlife practitioners and conservatives. There's agenda setting for the government. Everybody has an agenda in that. But the point is to get to the end of it is to ensure that what is happening is that the migration corridor remains and that it remains safe for the animals that there are. So how do we go there? On his example that he gave, it's very true. I often ask myself, would that proclamation about the vaccination of animals, whether it was positive for us in Kenya or not, whether it was a good thing or not, because there are people who argued that we didn't even wait to hear what exactly was happening. Would it have made a difference if a different person had actually, and somebody from a health perspective had come in and actually explained in a very simple way exactly what is happening? I read a story which was in yesterday's Daily with regards to, I think, some exchange of health data between Kenya and the US government, and what it portends for Kenya, that in exchange for XYZ, okay, who is pushing this narrative, and then of course the story of the CS, the pictures of the CS, those are the ones that are leading, and people begin to think we are skeptical about this agenda. So it's very important, even in the science world, and for some of you who are maybe within senior levels or your managers, it's important about who breaks the story where you are. It's not every story that has to be, it's not every information that has to be relayed by the head of your institute, even if there's hierarchy in that. Sometimes the person who is the field manager in the place where you're working in the communities might be the better person to share about the partnership. And then now you have what is called the shaking hands and the photo ops that are done within the community with your senior managers to be done at a different place, but the information has already been relayed by the person that the community trusts. So trust is very important. And for you people in science, if data is not accurate, if there's a flaw in the way that the research was done, then it already damages your outcomes for this. So I think we can actually say that we have these stories within us and we know what is going on. And the issue of politicians, I like to say that these people who are saying now, the example that was given is they're hanging this they're hanging the tablets, and they're not using the chlorine tablets in the community because somebody told them. What if we went back and spoke to an influential figure in the community? We don't even ask him to speak a lot. You just let him let's continue using the tablets. When you come to my home or in my office, in the government, not in the government office because it's probably already been told it's not the right thing, but in the community where it matters, if they see you doing these things and using them. For a long time also, mosquito nets, they had issues with them, and people would just keep them to hang things in their homes if you go to the village, and yet they are actually important in keeping the families away from malaria. But how we present these things to the communities and who says it is an important part. Let's hear from Alex shortly. Let me just hear what he has to say, then we can move on. I hope I remembered that name.
Yes, thank you, Doc, for giving me the chance. I would like to give also a short scenario in Uganda that happened in relation to such kind of stories. In 2007, I think it was after carrying out a very nice research and recommendations passed, the government decided to introduce a new curriculum. And the new curriculum, there was a thematic part of it where pupils from P1 to P3 were to be taught in local language, and English becomes a subject in the class. And I think the gap was, and after that one, the next people to be trained to embrace the new innovation were the teachers and the head teachers, who were supposed to be the ambassadors, also going to inform the parents. But already, there's that mindset of the African mindset of most people that children must always speak in English as soon as they enter school. So you find that the teachers who are trained became the enemies of the innovation themselves. I don't know whether the information was not passed to them clearly or very well, and what they decided to do was, instead of sending children to government schools where the program is very intense and seriously implemented, people decided to take children to private schools because there they have the voice to tell the proprietors and the teachers that we don't want this curriculum where children must be taught in local language. We have not sent children to school to learn local language. And therefore, please, for you in private sector, teach children from P1, even nursery, in English, without knowing the science of it is, the science of that new curriculum was, the first language, which is the local language, is the basis or is the foundation for you to understand a second language. That is science. But I think the gap was communication was not clear, and people have not understood why that new curriculum was introduced to be implemented. And I think up to now, there is no proper research carried out to inform the communities and even the teachers. Very many of them have their children in private schools than in the government schools. So that is a gap, a very big gap, and it is a problem. And up to now, you find children can speak English very well, but they cannot speak their own language. Now, what is the purpose of education? People will ask that. And up to now, also another mindset is they churn the schools in the rural areas, and some decide to take their children to urban area schools and so that they be in boarding and they can speak English. And now, what is the advantage? I ask, what is the advantage of your child speaking English but cannot speak his or her own local language? So I think there is a gap, big gap, and that one, I think the science part of it needs the research and then better communication, disseminate the information so that people understand, and that is a problem. Thank you.
And that's what we're saying. We who have the tools and we who have the knowledge should be able to break it down into languages that people can understand. But I think also theorizing change is very difficult. And without the proper steps being put in place where there's even a transition and then an understanding and an example and an idea, we will not be able to take it. Humanity is fickle. I think sometimes we also have preconceived minds, but I mean, for me as a Pan-African, I like to believe that we actually do need to change the way we do things so that we are the ones telling our own stories in our own language in the way that we need to be. Otherwise, we will not make it. And the flip side will happen. Now, like this example is, we don't want our children to learn their mother tongue, or even in Kenya to learn Kiswahili from the basis, from when they grow. If you think about it, if you had the chance to take your child to learn Kiswahili for 2 years, would you be comfortable with that? But you come to realize that they need it when they are adults and teenagers. They need to, it's your second language in the country. You need to be able to communicate in it, if not the first. So thank you for all those examples. Let's move on so that we see how we do, but really, really appreciate the engagement and how we are able to think and to listen from different worldviews in terms of what some of our these stories that we're talking about. We need, the question you should ask yourself is that even as you listen to it, what stories or what challenges is the science that I'm working with solving at the end of the day? So the feature story, we've learned that the writer has time to develop. Sometimes you can postpone the main point until the end. In feature stories, we talk about the day, we talk about, the researcher who went and trained, the problems he underwent when he was going to the field, the outcome, the nights he spent in the lab, all of those things. So what we say is the whole story does not have to be encapsulated in the lead. You can even have your key issue that you're speaking about in the middle of the story or at the end, because it's colored. While the news story takes the inverted pyramid style, the reporter has to make the point, set the tone, and within the first or 2 paragraphs, if you've lost your person in the lead story, if you've not told them what this story is about in the first 2 paragraphs, you've already lost them, which is what news stories are. News stories get to the point. We don't want color. We just want what happened. So we've looked at the human interest stories and we have shared this. The best known kind of feature is the human interest story that discusses issues through the experiences of another. And we've said, look at your work, give an example of what would inspire human interest feature, which is what we've just done. Now we look at profiles. So a human interest story, you'll find it in the middle of the newspaper. If it's at the Health Digest, we look at why bilharzia has become common. What is this mpox or smallpox? We won't just talk about the scientific, but how it interacts with people, where it has come from, the border. This man, he moved from I don't know which country and came here and what. So it's a story that you can see. Yeah, it has human interest. And then for the profile, a very common type of feature is the profile that reveals an individual's character and lifestyle. The profile exposes different facets of the subject, so the readers will feel that they know the person. Now, when you think about your work or the people you work in your office with, think about who would inspire a good profile for you. Who would inspire a good profile for you? And I like the unnamed or unknown profiles. Before we began this, I was just looking at some pages online or on social media, and a company, I think it was ILRI, the International Livestock Research Institute. They went to one of their lab assistants, and they were asking him what it took, what did you have to learn, how did you get to where you are, and what message do you have for future students who want to get into this area. So they interviewed a lab technician. Sometimes it might not be the top of your head, the person who deals with the machines, of course, and stuff, but when you think about it, who would inspire a profile? Many times, and this is the way we work in industry, we want to profile the person who is the top. We want to profile the CEOs, we want to profile the managers, we want to talk about the people in the community making a difference. But sometimes it's also important to think about somebody else who has an edge or who will even give your organization the kind of output that you don't even think that you would get, or mileage that you don't think you'd get. But just by profiling him in that way, then you're able to see the work that the communities have done. Like, for instance, if you're a seed giving organization, let the voice be that of the farmers. This is how we were helped. This is how we did. And for a long time, one of the stations here did work, used to run a shamba thing, which is like farming. They used to go out to the communities and talk to farmers and see the outcomes of some of the things that they were building, and you'd hear things about how the field officers, they come and they help me, I'm able to get better breeds and things like that. So that's what we are saying. A profile is on a person, and here we are not very interested sometimes about even the work that they do. One of my colleagues called Biko interviews top industry leaders, and very rarely, maybe towards the end, does he talk about what they actually do on a day-to-day basis. He's interested in where they have come from. He's interested in what their interests are, what their failures are, what a point in time that defined you. These are the kind of profiles that we like to have. Now, scientists, typically by nature, you like to sit back. You don't want to put yourself out there. I don't know whether it's part of the science, but if you think about it, what part of your work do you think you'd want to profile? If it was you, so that then we know you outside there, the guy who's developing a vaccine for XYZ. What else would we know about you and the work that you do? So that is what profiles do. They actually talk about the person, they expose the character and the lifestyle of the person that there is. So think about that. Even when we say, we call your organization and we say, we'd like to feature XYZ. This is what we want to hear from you. Sometimes it's not about pushing the agenda of the company where you work. It's about you as an individual. Then we have how-to features. These are articles that help people to learn by telling them how to do something. So the writer learns about the topic through education, experience, research, or interviews with experts. The writer, now I'm speaking about if it is a writer like me on my end. But this morning, I got a really exciting example, and I hope he is in this class. He is on. Jeremy Mwambu. Jeremy, are you with us today? Is Jeremy in this lesson? I mean, sorry, is Jeremy in the as part of our class? Kevina, would you know?
I don't think he's in today.
Okay, no problem. So Jeremy is part of the community, is part of the TCC community. You do know that we have a WhatsApp platform where we are able to exchange and share information. And Jeremy runs a blog called Talks from the Biolab Desk. I have it open here. Jeremy does actually what are called explainers. It's called the Biolab Desk, and Kevin can also put it so that you can look at. So, for instance, there's a article here that he says when taste comes in pairs, how you form your taste for food combinations. Another one is when the taste goes before you can taste, how your taste for food is affected from aging, illness, or medication. And he's talking about it, of course, with graphics on it. He's doing a good job. So he's talking about how taste change. It plays a crucial role in how we experience the world, where our taste comes from, aging, and how our taste buds density decrease. So he's talking about explainers. He's telling people this is what happens when you eat, how your palate changes, how you do. His blog is actually an explainer, and I can see it's a new blog. I would urge him to continue doing something like this. Now, he is a biologist, but he's also Jeremy is also an artist in his own right, and he's able to do some of these things because of that. I always tell people some of the best journalists I find in the newsroom are people who have actually come from different disciplines and have come to join us in the newsroom. The people who studied law first and are interested in writing, the people who studied science and are interested in writing, they actually do make, I think they bring in this quantitative and qualitative minds into the way that they write, and it makes it very colorful. So you can also do how-to articles by yourself. It's not a must to write. You can actually show, you can actually visualize, you can do photos and actually do small photos with captions and share within a specific group of people that is. Now, we have different topics. As long as you have the educational background, you have the experience. If you want to include interviews with experts, if you're not the expert yourself, you can do it. Examples I gave is how to survive an avalanche. How do you do that? What would you do if you find the snow is coming down and you're within the Alps and you're trying, how do you protect yourself? How do you fix a brake light? Many people don't even know this in the country, Let's not leave it only to the motoring specialists, but you're able to do this explainers, how to make pancakes, something that people do all the time. These are types of features. They are written in the newsroom, but it's also something that as a scientist, you think about, how can I do an explainer feature? This is a how does my work get influenced? What can we do? So we're always writing these long stories for our newsletters, which I will come to later. But how are we able to do how to? So again, I say, look at the work you do. Give an example of what would inspire a how-to article. How to choose good grade seeds. How to, all of these things. Think about how you can do a how-to article for your next communications colleagues, and you can be able to tell them, oh, by the way, how can we explain XYZ to the general public or to the people who engage with us online. So those are how-to features. And then we have historical features. Historical features commemorate important dates in history or turning points in social, political, or cultural development. They offer a useful juxtaposition of then and now, and they take the reader back to revisit an event and issues surrounding it. In our last training, we had a group of scientists from Tanzania, and their institution was celebrating, I think, about 30 years of research. And so you help yourself to think back and to say, This is a historical feature that we are doing. We want to tell the nation about our research organization that has walked through these years. How did we begin? And that's why I say that it's important to have archival material. How did our office look when we started? How has it grown over the days? Who are some of the most important people that have walked through these gates? Who are our biggest partners? All of those things. So a historical feature will commemorate dates in history. Our country has a December 12th as a public holiday. We always look back. We go back to how it began. We have photos about that. And art sometimes helps in this. So when you think about that, you're commemorating important dates in history. So think about it even in the office. Look at your work and give an example of what would inspire a historical feature. Sometimes it could be the first person who was able to come up with this invention or something like that. The first time we did this, 10 years after our first breakthrough in the field of XYZ, we are here now. What steps have we been able to take? And I always say that for an institution, your ethos and your ethics are very important. And when it comes to communication, I used to tell my team is if our driver in the office is able to communicate and to tell somebody in the community when we are driving what our organization does, then you have truly won in communications as an organization. But if the work of your office, even when you work with your drivers, you just put in the log, you're hiring a car, you're asking for a car, you go out to the field, you don't talk in the car, or if you talk, it is always but you ask yourself, does this guy know what I'm going to do? When you're going to meet the area chief or the community, does he know who you're meeting? Does he know who you're going with? Yes, safety is an important issue, but that is why you have to hire the right people for your organization. But when you think about that, as you go out into your community, it's very important for the day you will not be there, or perchance, God forbid, anybody falls sick within that trip. Maybe you have to be the person you went with is actually able to ensure that if you had a big commemoration, that it continues. And that's why it's very important to engage, that the whole organization is privy to what you do. It's privy to what you do. Are you in the field of carbon credits? Are you in the field of research and analysis? Are you in the field of medicine? What is it that you do? Then it's important that everybody has a buy-in in your in what you do. So that even when you're going to the field, he's not just sitting in the car and waiting. Let's go and do the data analysis ourselves. Let him hear the biggest stories and the ones that you never hear as the officer from where you come from are the ones that are shared where he goes to drink his tea under the tree, in that kibanda over there where they eat chapati madondo. That's the information you want to hear, where they tell him, lakini hii office yenu, or this office of yours, what do you people really do? Is it true that you are here? We heard that you are here to bring us medicine that is killing the cows. Then he's able to actually explain what you do. So for me, even as I talk about historical features, I'm just saying that when you commemorate things as an organization, let it be that from the least person to the highest, he has a stake in your organization and what you do, so that then he's able to explain to other people and he becomes a champion for what your organization does. Another type of feature, behind the scenes, we also offer behind the scenes features offer insider views of unusual occupations, issues, and events. Readers like feeling privy to unusual details and well-kept secrets about procedures or activities they might not ordinarily be exposed to or allowed to participate in. I think we've seen this, especially in Kenya, in the medical field, particularly with the K&H doctors who are really doing some really excellent feats in their work in science. And you see them and they allow the cameras to come in, even if it's towards the end, because of course, when the surgery is allowed, or then the specialized permission that is given for them to follow this step by step or within a particular place, so that then we are feeling private to unusual details. We want to feel special. Oh, what really happened? What did they do? So this is a behind the scenes. one of the people I found on this, and I love that he's on social media, there's a doctor who's called Dr. Joe Njage, and he's on TikTok. I also want to issue a disclaimer. It is not every platform that you must be on. And I'm not telling you now that you need to get on TikTok, because I myself, I am also not on TikTok. But this doctor is raising awareness on endometriosis, okay? I followed him up. He actually has 1.3 million doctors, and he's also, I think, playing a huge part on the Africa board, where he brings together, of course, other doctors working on the issue of endometriosis and just helping people to understand. So most of the time on his TikToks, which I saw from my computer, because on your phone, if you're not on TikTok, sometimes it doesn't allow you to do that. So he's sitting down after a surgery or a procedure, and there's somebody asking him, "So doc, what's going on today?" And he explains. And there are issues where behind the scenes, sometimes you see them celebrating with a patient. One of the ones that are found laughing is where he films, and I do hope and trust that they have consent from the patients before they put them on, because ethics, by the way, is a really huge part of what you do. So you just also can't go to the community and tell them, we are gathering data from you and we want your faces in our reports, but you have not gotten the consent from them. So Dr. Joe has this thing where when his patients are going to sleep before a surgery, he actually begins to count with them, and some of them say, "I'll get to 100," but you can see by by the time they reach 10, 11, of course the anesthesia has already worn on. So what I'm saying is, this is a kind of a doctor giving us a behind the scenes operation in what you do not do, in what happens. Sometimes also people who work in the oil industry or something like that, rescue operations are some of those in geological places, or if you're doing where a mine has caved in and stuff like that, you do know, because the newsrooms, they camp there. So then you have, you're privy to the unusual details that are happening in that place, and the cameras keep rolling to be able to do that. What I'm saying is, like I've said, it's not all the media platforms that you need to be on, but some of these people who have been able to capture this, who have made, for you to have, as a doctor, to have 1.3 million followers and your work gets 10 million likes, that is what social influencers, people who have no scientific content, they're either selling products or something, and you're following them, you're following these people because there's something that you're interested in them. Those are the kind of numbers that they are looking for, or the stats. And he's on all about medicine. And also the good thing is he's getting a lot of questions from people who are asking him about endometriosis. Some comments are just, what is endometriosis? So he has an opportunity to break down what the issue is, what happens in a procedure that we would never have known, and then it demystifies a lot of things. Like I have said, some of these things have ethics behind them, so it is not everything in science that needs to be put out there. The other person that I looked at and I thought would be of interest is a gentleman called Roy Kanyi. Roy works in the intersection between tech, also touching on AI issues and how they help, particularly in the field of tech. And one of the posts that he was talking about is how the memory, storage memory for phones, and phones are going to become increasingly expensive in the next years because they are running out of those I think the pieces needed to make the back end for those things. And he actually won the Education Creator of the Year in the features that he's doing. So this is what we are saying. We are just saying that if there's a way in which you can find champions within your organizations, people who either work in the comms team or work together with the people in the comms team, and they're able to do some of these things, it's easy for you to work with them so that they can be able even to pass on this information to others, but of course within ethical and within industry required standards. You have your own ways of operation within your organizations and what you do. So that's why my question again is, look at the work you do, and then we'll take an example of what would inspire a behind the scenes. Let me finish so that then we have. And then writing the feature stories, this is from my end. The power of a feature story lies in its ability to amplify the focus on an issue. Through fast-rate storytelling, you have to use irony, humor, human appeal, atmosphere, and colorful details. The features must have a clear beginning, middle, and end, and they are longer than hard news. The writer's opinions and attitudes are not important to this story. I'm not here to dissect what you have said or to tell you whether it's right or wrong. I just keep what you have told me. The writer keeps herself or himself out of the story, and it always has a news peg. Writing in the third person, where I write about Mercy did this and this and this, her office, her work, cuts across. In the third person, it helps to maintain the necessary details. So how do you begin to write a feature story? Because what we are saying is, at the end of this training, is we are helping you to see, how do I move my research work? How do I move my scientific analysis? How do I remove my mind from just writing for these research journals to engaging with the general public? So the three tools need to gather information for stories: observation, what you can see, an interview, and a background research. So, like for instance, the writer brings the story to life through colorful description, meaningful anecdotes, and significant quotes. Significant quotes will come from you, or you are, as a researcher, are able to look and to say, I want to write a story about XYZ. So you'll get your color from what you've thought, what your peers have said, the community that you're working with. That's where you'll get your significant quotes. These elements are obtained when interviewing and observing everything encountered. We went to a quarry. What did I smell? What did it look like? What were the noises I'm hearing in the quarry? Who is digging up? Who is excavating? What are we finding? What are the colors that you can see? What textures are there? What are the emotions of the people in that area? What other details do we see and hear in the surroundings? If you're going for a malaria initiative where you're out in the field or in the community and you're going for a campaign, okay, what are you seeing in these areas? Can you even notice that there are trees that are particular to that community? Would they help? Would you be able to have a conversation with the people on those things, so that even when you come back to the office, you're able to talk about some of those things? Your report is very scientific, but sometimes we always say, if you're writing, for instance, for a non-scientific audience, become human. Look at these things, feel the emotion, what are the people saying? If you're talking about malnutrition, you look at the mothers, how do they look? You look at the children with their bowls that are empty. Of course, malnutrition, you look at how they look with their distended bellies and things like that. You must learn to look and to see. And it also tells you to keep an open mind when interviewing subjects and researching stories. And that is for us who are writing. Illustrations, you can use photographs or art. The art can be drawings, it can be paintings, it can be sketches, it can be video, or machinima are art-based concepts, like graphics, colorful graphs and charts, or other creative expressions depending on the medium for which the feature is packaged for dissemination. There's a gentleman on LinkedIn called Eric. I've forgotten his second name. What Eric does is he uses graphs and charts that he has hand-drawn himself to break down concepts, particularly within the, I know he works a lot with humanitarian organization, where then you look at, instead of just talking about our history and the people we work with in pages and pages of layers. So what he does is he draws for you on it could be, most of them, they print them, especially if you have exhibitions. If you go for exhibitions as an organization, global exhibitional, regional exhibitions, you go for these workshops where you're speaking, you can use that graph. It can be a graph that he has made for you to become part of your PowerPoint presentation, okay? So that then it breaks all your scientific data, and you can be able to make a creative way of doing that. So he breaks down your data and is able to use colorful graphs to be able to explain this. This really helps, especially if you're a scientist speaking to an unscientific audience. You must think about ways in which you can bring art into your into your stuff, in different ways. Like, even if you're talking about insects and you're dissecting, or you're looking at how how tsetse fly transmits sleeping sickness, a photo of a live sesefly, you can think about the colors, because these things have colors, or even the eyes. You know, if you have a camera from your phone that is able to even zoom in, and you're able to even start your illustration with that, that keeps people thinking and hooked. Then you even have a way to lighten the heaviness of your presentation because of that small, and you've just taken a sample specimen from a fly, but you're able to use it. And so I encourage you to think outside the box to be able to package your work in creative ways. And then this is in introductions. The introductions create a mood for the reader to continue reading a feature article. You can use an anecdotal intro, a contrast lead, a quote intro. A quote could be, Dr. So and so says that 50% of the 50% of the population in XYZ place is actually susceptible to sleeping sickness. Or a question, why, you could find different ways of introducing your subject or introducing your story. Then you're also told to include information as to why you're writing the story. Include the news in your feature article, which would most likely be information from a previously written hard news story. You provide plenty of background information. Newspaper features are often between 500 to 2,500 words in length. Magazine features will be 500 to 5,000 words, and features on websites and blogs range from 250 to 25. You've written abstracts for most of you, so you know how much the abstract tells you for your paper. This is how much you need to give and things like that. So this is not something that should be a problem for you or for your writer to be able to do. So before we go to newsletters, which then comes into your organization, maybe we can take any questions, if there are any questions in the chat, if there's any feedback from what we have done, so that we can talk. I love this comment that says, I'm loving this session. Evelyn, we need to bring the stakeholders together, like in such a forum. Kenya Editors Guild would come in handy. That's really, really important. Kenya Editors Guild is important, especially in, of course, training and information sharing with these people. They're always looking for people to partner, and I don't think they're looking for money so much, in as much as training for information. When I talk to scientists, I tell them, and I think I've said this, you must have a dissemination component in your budget breakdown. When you're sending out your budget for your research product, whether it's to be funded for 1 or 2 years, you must have a communication aspect. Because I tell people, you work with communication teams in your organizations. You want them when you're launching the project in the community, and at the end, when you're closing. You don't involve them in the middle phases. You don't involve them in the research. But at the end, we all know the donor needs to know what is going on. He needs images. He needs visibility, even for himself as a donor. But you've not been friends with your comms office. So how are you going to work on it? And I remember, I think the biggest part for comms managers and people working in it is chasing the field teams, chasing researchers, chasing scientists to tell them, guys, your work matters. Can we talk about what is happening? Sometimes the research work takes a lot of time, and not all of you, maybe you also work in academia, not everything is supposed to be out there, but there's a way you can actually engage with your comms teams, so that you can be able to give them every 6 months, you have an update for them, so that they keep it at the back of your nini. And it means you have thought about them, so that by the time you're coming out of the session, or you're finishing with your project, they have worked with you, they have your photos, they have your before and after, and then you're able to piece together a beautiful documentary or a beautiful thing that has taken into consideration the steps you have taken. So this is important. Evelyn says the publish or perish system should end with this generation, and let's do research that is impactful to the local communities. Because what are we looking? Science answers questions, and science solves problems. But if we live, like I say, the noisemakers in our society are not the people who necessarily have the answers. And I think it has been proved time and time again that the noisemakers are not the people who sometimes have all the answers to what you are doing. Thank you for those comments. How can I join a group of scientists? So Kevina is taking, I can see some of them are industry based, and she'll answer, of course, how you can continue to connect all of you to be able to do. I can see there's a lot of connections. Anyone, and we will also give contacts for the guild, for the editors guild. Now I will take questions or Nini. Evelyn, we can start with you because I can see your hand is up. Evelyn, you have something to say?
Yeah, actually, I wanted to emphasize on the point of publish or perish. It has been a very active conversation on LinkedIn that I've been following up, not just in Kenya, but even from other countries who have been talking about publish or perish. And I think it's affecting the science communication because we've made it a norm to appreciate and recognize a scientist or a researcher based with the number of publications they have published and based to their level of education. We now very recently the PS was from the State Department of Science was saying, for you to be called a scientist, you need a master's, PhD, going up. But on the contrary, I think when we communicate science effectively, we get impact. And we are supposed now to embrace and recognize scientists and researchers whose work is being implemented currently in the society, whose work is being understood. And I will tell you for a fact, Anne, even if I am doing a research in GMO, if the people I'm living with in the house cannot understand what exactly are you doing. And you see, when we say we go back to the grassroots, look at a university student who is doing maybe biotechnology, because that is what I'm doing for my second qualification. And let the parent ask this child, even during graduation, what exactly does your course entail? And you see most students fumbling. They cannot even explain because it triggers us. How do we start explaining what the course entails to an unscientist? So I think let us move away from publish or perish because most professors feel they own this industry of science, they own this industry of research because they are the professor level. And I was very interested with this guy that is trying to take science from the biolabs to the communities and all that. If you follow up, that person might not be a professor or a PhD holder, but they're creating impact. You get people. We get excited because we've made it a norm. Science belongs to us. We lock ourselves in rooms, in conferences, and all that. And I think your publish and perish, we should actually do away with it. And apart from taking the research to the journals, can we start storytelling? Can we, for the students, the Nyawako High School, can we write poems of science? Can we have poems of TCS cycles? Poems that talk about a whole cycle in biology or chemistry. That is how we even spike interest in the upcoming generation for them to venture into science. That is what I think.
So, Evelyn, we are waiting to hear next year how you're implementing this because you have such an important task. I'm going to speak especially about the last thing that you said. The reason why people struggle with maths and STEM subjects is not because they don't understand. It's because of the way it was taught to them. It was the way it was taught, and if you don't understand or you don't have that mind where your brain is wired specifically in that way to love it, then you cannot. You're told you can't learn, or the teacher moves ahead and teaches those who can go with it, and woe unto you. Fortunately, you are the scientists who understood what was going on in the classroom. But I think it's really important, especially in schools, for us to be willing to champion and to teach both girls and boys these topics, And even when you think about where we are going, or some of the trends that they are going in terms of hiring. And somebody was looking at, if I was a parent, where I'd push my daughter to in some of the or some of the areas where you work is areas where work is always considered. I've not had anyone saying AI is a threat to science. AI is a threat to many other disciplines, in many ways it is, but maybe in the way it is. But I think science will continue being with that. We will need to pasteurize. We will need to produce things that we need in the house. Even if it can be done in factories, there has to be a mind that, to be able to see how we are thinking. So I love that idea, and I wish you people would come together collectively in a pool. There's many organizations even within Africa. There's the Africa Science Foundation, there's Sci-Fi Dev, which not only works within the continent but outside, where you can push these ideas. And I like to say, and let me end here by saying that my daughter, who's 10 now, a lot of the things I hear her saying, she watches on a cartoon show called Dr. Binocs. And I just recently found out that this is Indian. Dr. Binocs is actually an Indian show. It doesn't, now when I think about it, the accent should have told me, but I didn't know. But what are they learning? They're learning why you brush your teeth. They're learning about how you sleep at night. It's actually such a good show, breaking down science concepts to children. And the things that I hear her saying, even about fermentation and pasteurization, and ask her, where did you learn this? And it's actually on a cartoon show. Why, like Evelyn is saying, why are we not using poetry? Why are we not using communication? Why are we not doing spoken word in terms of this? I know it's beyond your thinking and you don't have to do it. But I'll also say that the younger scientists, like you're saying, are not on publish or perish platforms. It's important to them, but it's not their primary way they are running. I spoke to one girl and I absolutely love her. In fact, I had asked her a question last night because I think I forgot to take. I taught her, I taught them earlier this year. And what she's doing is she's also has an interest in art, but she's using her information as a biologist to be able to help businesses to be able to answer. So these are the people who are helping industries to mix shea butter. And if you go to any of these trade fairs that are here, or these pop-up markets, women would know what that is. The pop-up markets, there's a lot of shea butter being sold. Shea butter in different ways. That's chemistry that is being done. What's the value addition we are doing to our local industries, to our cottage industries and things like that? Those are the things that we need then to take the information that we have. How do we help businesses expand and to move? Guys, think outside of the papers that you're doing. Think about how you can also help even the people struggling within the business, even in cabs. If we have the right people working in cabs, people like you within, we're not going to have the problems that we have in society. The other day, I took my daughter to the hospital and she was told that there's a bacteria in her stomach. And the doctor mentioned that I see a lot of patients all the way from the bottom of Langata Road to the end of Langata Road, which joins to Ngong Town. I see a lot of these patients that have the same issue. And in my head, I said, so why shouldn't they do a survey? Are we getting this from the water we are drinking? Are we getting this from where? But because just like in media, I will say, it's cutthroat. We have deadlines, we have things we want to work with. So there's nobody to sit down and actually ask themselves the question, what exactly is happening? Can we do a bit of testing the water? Can we go back and say, I have seen 100 patients in the last 3 months. 30% of them had this issue. You call in the county government and say there must be an issue with the water. Is it possible that we can do further testing to this? But if you sit there and you say it is nobody's problem, my problem is to diagnose the patients and to give them medicine. We need to come together collectively to be able to offer solutions for the society, which is what we are problem solving. And I'm hoping that you leave this 3-day training right from what Nicholas said in terms of helping yourselves publish and getting your work out there, because Nicholas is also very strong on LinkedIn and he draws partners in that way, but also helping you to problem solve. Alison, Alex, maybe one short response.
Yeah, thank you for giving me this chance. one thing is usually there are two challenges that face the scientific communication. The receivers who are expected to receive, the beneficiary of the message, have two issues according to my experience. One, there is this culture of reading culture, which is very poor. You can package your communication very well and disseminate it to the right people. Well, suppose after reading, they would have benefited and implement what the message communicates to them to change their lives. But because of the culture of not reading, find that that message or that information remains untouched and its impact is not felt. Then the second one is the attitude. There are some people who overlook at who has communicated the message. I can give an example. When I finished my master's, and because I did the research locally, I wanted to, disseminate it by.
Have we lost Alex?
Is always a problem. They look at you and say, that one there, what can he communicate to us? So, you find that you can package the message, and then when the people cannot read it, or they have poor attitude towards the person who has communicated, then find that scientific communication is redundant. So, briefly, that's to say thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for your thoughts and your comments. We continue to integrate within the community. We continue to integrate with TCC, give feedback so that it can also help us to be able to be better in helping put you together, in helping to build the community of science, but also to be able to know how to better disseminate. And I'm glad to see that there are some of you here who are actually teaching science communication, because it is quite important for people. Not everybody knows. Like we've said, only 3% of journalists are actually upskilled or adept in what they do, and they are inundated, even them. They cannot cover everything. So we look at newsletters. Newsletters, you've seen a newsletter. You've seen one in your organization. You've seen one in the scientific community. The newsletter is the paring knife of communication tools. It seems simple and it is easy to take for granted. Handled well, however, it is a highly capable tool. So this just shows you how to write, and you've done it inside. You're always writing papers. So you have the lead. It gives the most important newsworthy information, which covers the 5 W's, and then find a quote to throw in there. Quotes are really useful. They give summary, they give best evidence, okay? Or if there's a conflict, you're able to see it. And then you have and how the inverted pyramid goes is, the most information is at the top, and then you have the mini article establishing the main facts of the story and answering questions raised by the lead. Then you have the body, where you have the quotes, you have the counterpoints, and then at the end you have just end your newsletter article. Every story will answer the 5 W's and the H. What are we writing about? Who was in the story? Where did this happen? When did this happen, and why did this happen? Now, even just looking at our colleague Jeremy, when he's talking about food and taste, like for instance, remember when we talked about openings? So he opens with a question. Have you ever wondered why a chili pepper burns, or why mint leaves leave a cooling sensation in your tongue, or even pineapples? So he asks a question, what is the what? And then now he answers, surprisingly, these aren't taste, they're actually chemical tricks on your pain and temperament receptors. Then he says what? In this post, we'll explore the neuroscience and chemistry behind spiciness, cooling, and tingling sensations in food. These feelings fall under a sensory domain called chemesthesis. It's a fascinating way in which our body perceives the world beyond traditional taste. Now we have all these food influencers. These days, it's a big thing, by the way. People who are cooking in the kitchen and they say, come with me and spend a day with me in the kitchen and things like that. But if you think about it, even in the science world and the way Jeremy has broken down what he's saying, Imagine us going to influencers and telling them to think beyond just cooking. Let's talk about the palate and how we are absorbing the food, and even make it like a scientific discovery, and your organization chooses to partner if this is in your area of how is actually food, how does it taste, what happens when it loses, and you have a whole group of people who come together and they say, let's taste from a 3-year-old or a 13-year-old to a 30-year-old to a 60-year-old, how does the palate taste? This is scientific discovery that we are doing. And then you're able to film it and to show it, and to actually, it becomes an explainer. So even in this format, which I'm giving you for his example, because that's what I wanted, he's already answered what? He's answered what we are doing. He's answered where it's taking place in the past. He's answered the how. So in your writing, it will do the 5 W's and the H on it. So in newsletter writing, keep your strategic audiences in mind always. If you're writing in a scientific journal or a newsletter that is a regional newsletter for scientists or a regional newsletter for psychologists, you know that is your strategic audience. Write with their language in mind. This cannot be simplified language now. What is relevant to them? What is important? Good writing and good editing require direction and hard work. Your copy should sing rather than drone. It should be colorful. Write compact copy in the active voice, that is, and then you edit it for clarity, not passive, like it happened, you're continuing. Have you ever thought of what happens when food, that is active writing. You edit it for clarity, conciseness, jargon length, and correctedness. The bottom line is your readership. Give them top priority. So you know who you're writing for, whether you're writing to a higher level group of that is a scientific audience, or you're writing for your local, what do I call it? Your local Rotaract club, and you're using that information to be able to distill a concept to them. Think about them and give them your top priority. And then, of course, for newsletter writings, they don't have to be long, should not be more than 700. I will actually say between 700 and 1,000 words. You have to have the right tone and attitude. Every program or project has its own tone and manner, which is adapted to various contexts. Make your newsletters tone personal and casual. People want to see a little humanity behind the program or behind your science. So when you're sending out an email newsletter, because I get a lot of this, one of the ones I consciously read a lot is the science bulletin that is actually sent out by the Star, because I know the editor of that program, and he sends an opening letter, and then he has his, and it's the newsletter is actually done in color, and then with links that are that link you to the internet to be able to do this. But you have to create relevant subject lines so that when people are looking for an excuse to delete your newsletter, don't give them one. Find a catchy topic or headline, not sensational. It has to be catchy so that when they open that email or the newsletter, they're able to read it quickly, and then they don't delete it without even eating and reading, and you had something important in it. I think we'll take a break because I want us to do, when we talk about op-eds, and I think it is actually 1 minute past 11, we have a 15-minute break, because this is where I want you now, between now and the end of next year, you should try to at least have had one letter to the editor, one opinion editorial which sits, and editors are very happy to give space to people in these scientific matters who know more than the people making noise about what is happening. I don't know why we do not have a proper conservationist who has gone to the newspapers and said, this is actually what is happening in the Mara Triangle. It doesn't matter what the dispute is and who is saying XYZ, but this is actually what has been read and what we have researched, and this is what it is. So that I know politics, like we said, politics is what destroys us, is what we are afraid of. But sometimes it's important to be able to put things right. And I always say it is not always the people with the most noise who know the most things, but the people with the information must now be in the age where they ought to stand up and to be able to, to save us from this noise that is there. Otherwise, our countries and our continent is not going to go forward. So, Kevina, I believe we can take a 15-minute break as is supposed to be done. Is that correct?
Yes, but before we do that, we have Elizabeth who's raised her hand and also had posted a question on this. Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you very much for this insightful and eye-opening presentation.
Elizabeth, please speak up. Thank you. We'd love to hear what you're saying.
Okay. Good morning. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for this insightful presentation. It's really eye-opening and enjoyed every bit of it. I don't really.
Is it me who cannot hear, or?
She's a bit faint.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Maybe speak up a bit, Elizabeth, or come closer to your mic.
Okay. My question is in the chat box. I don't know if you could see.
Anne, the question is in the chat box, so maybe we can just read from there.
Yes.
Go ahead, Kevina.
Okay, so Elizabeth says, thank you so much for this teaching, but I have questions. Is there any other way to identify a good scientist apart from the number of publications they have? I believe there are many excellent scientists who lack the resources to publish their work. Are there other ways to recognize and value their scientific ability besides publications? In places like Nigeria, PhD students without publications are often undervalued. Are there alternative ways to assess scientific competence and impact? How can we measure the quality and potential of a scientist beyond their publication record, especially in resource-limited environments? Thank you.
I'll leave that to the floor. Let's do some peer review here. So, fellow scientists, can we please answer Elizabeth on this? What is the prevailing way in which we can do this? Can we have somebody? What other ways do we recognize and value scientific ability outside of publications? I'm sure we should have somebody who can give us a few tips on that.
Yeah, okay. With your permission, Mwalimu, I think we can still recognize scientists, as I had mentioned earlier, through adoption of their research. Has their research been adopted? Because we presume research is usually solving a problem. Then is the problem already being solved? Are we eradicating what you're trying to address? If, for instance, you're doing a research on developing a new method of farming, have the farmers started implementing that? So that can be used to gauge who is a research, because I've seen research even at an undergraduate. There's a student who did a cancer research in TUK, undergraduate, their bachelor's. And that work has been pinned with their name. So I don't think you need to publish for you to get the magnitude or the metrics, but that has been the norm. But when you are so loud with what you are doing, and two, when it can be felt, because nowadays the society or the universe is inclining so much with impact and influence more than academics and all that. I'm not sure if I'm making sense. Yeah, but also we can do frameworks that really uphold and define who is a scientist and who is a researcher.
Okay, anyone else who can help us with that? Anybody else?
Yes, let him also try to weigh in. I think I'm adding on what Evelyn has said. I can say, apart from publishing, I think one can be recognized as a scientific contributor through being a role model. For example, if you have the knowledge and you put it in practice, and then it can attract people to learn from you, then I think you can also be given the recognition, because people learn from your practice and they take it from there to implement in their own lives. For example, you may be someone who has done agriculture, you have opened a farm, you practice a lot of things, you either have crop production or animal, and then people use it, your farm, as a resource point to learn. I think that one can also, get you some recognition and get recognized, apart from being a publisher. Thank you.
Edward?
Can I just at least say something?
Yes, Winnie.
I understand that you can be implementing a work, but then for you now to be a researcher, whatever you are implementing, just express it as a publication so that it becomes universal. Everyone who can read it can practice it somewhere else. That is why the pressure is on publication. Because when you do something good in science and you cannot express it or communicate it so that any person from any part of the country can do it, and it impact them elsewhere, then we can't say that you're really doing good, because you're not doing the work of a researcher. You should publish. Yeah.
Edward? Thank you, Winnie. Edward? Yeah, and I think what Winnie is saying in terms of expressing an opportunity to publish, yes, you have those journals that you're published in, and it was a question that was also asked: how far should we go in sharing your data or information? You don't give out everything, but if it is already completed and published document, you need to find a way to share it. And that's why I say, even your LinkedIn profiles, there's no shame in saying, this is my paper published. I invite collaborations within this area of expertise and science, because it remains in your journals. But I don't even know what Winnie's area of specialization is. If this paper has been published and peer reviewed within her space and her industry, I'm happy to read it. And I do find actually there is quite a bit of interest even within myself to see what are people writing about and what are they saying. Even people with just layman information, and you don't know much about that subject area, but the mere fact that somebody has written it out and is even expressing, and that's why you're telling us, I've actually published. Otherwise, then it just remains within your annals and in JSTOR, and we don't have access to some of those reference sections, and we are not even able to use them anywhere. Even for me, I'd love to cite. And one of the things that I do is I read this paper so that I can tell you how I don't understand anything you're saying. So just break down this paper and let's have an explainer for it, so that then you give it to me in the language where I can tell my grandmother what you're saying about fermentation and how she can use it, or about the gut and things like that. I think Yao wanted to say something, but he hasn't. And so, Elizabeth, I hope you have been answered. This is also the platform to be able to engage with the fellow scientists, to share with them what your work is, to share with them what you people have done, to do your own peer reviews, to build your own connections in the areas and the spaces where you're working. We'd love to see papers from across the different universities, across the different, within the continent and externally. Of course, I know it has to do with issues of funding sometimes and things like that, but this is also the platform where I hope that we are able to speak to one another and be able to find solutions. So I think, Kevina, we can take
I
the
have a
break.
question.
Yes, Christopher.
In regards to Elizabeth Briggs' question,
Mm-hmm.
I just need to understand, maybe I might sound off, but there are some scientists who are not really into the citations. They prefer doing things practically, maybe documenting them on video. Then whoever is interested will come and pick it from there. Now, since his documentation or her documentation is not on a written format where you can cite his or her name, it is just on video. Does he lack the essence of being a scientist through the citations or publications, or is he also part of a group of scientists who prefer using the visual way of publicizing his research? I don't know if I'm making any sense.
So did we understand Christopher, what he's asking? Anybody who has a response for him, or if it was directed at Elizabeth, whether she can also clarify that?
Maybe I think, Christopher, there is a difference between an innovator and a researcher. You know, you can come up with a brilliant idea, but then you cannot put it in a research format. Then you remain as an innovator. Then whoever puts whatever you've innovated down as a paper so that it can be understood by so many people, that one now becomes the researcher of your novel idea.
Just to add on that is that on videos, nowadays it's permissible to cite them. For example, in the article I have just posted in the answer section, I quoted Professor Akech, and he was doing his inaugural lecture at the University of Nairobi. It is permissible to, even TikTok is allowed in research, provided you give a link.
Yeah, and I think this link that Peter has given, you're also able to look, even at his work now, we're able to look at what he's doing. And as he says, if it is even an inaugural talk, or sometimes when they record defenses, defenses of papers or research that you have done, I think it's also admissible if it, I mean, within required laws. You know better within the community, which is why I'm just allowing you to speak to one another and figuring out how. So you can also ask Peter, how do you get here? What do I do to be able to publish on such platforms and things like that? And that's why we are here. Let's take the break so that we come back at 11:30. Just a 15-minute break. We talk to one another and see whether we can even do some breakout rooms so that we can be able to do things together. Like I said, this discussion is highly engaging, so that then we are finding answers within ourselves, and it is not me who's speaking from this side. I like to say that I want to read to find out more about you at the end of the day, because I'm the one who has the questions for how things work, and you have the answers and the solutions to that. Kevina?
Thank you so much, Anne. So as Anne mentioned, we're going to have a 15-minute break and resume at 11:30 East African time, which is going to be, I think, 8:30 GMT and 9:30 South African Standard Time, and also 9:30 CAT. I've put the attendance list in the chat. Kindly, if you cannot if you cannot list your name down, just send me a message here on Zoom with your name as you'd like to appear on your certificate and your email address. Thank you. Also, if you have any queries or concerns, I'm here to answer them, or you can just send me a chat. Thank you.
Okay, please, can you repost the attendance, please?
Sorry, could you please repeat that?
Yeah, can you please repost the attendance, please?
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Hi everyone. Can I please get a reaction to see who's still in the room with us and whether we've resumed from the break?
Hi, we are in. Andrew.
Thank you, Andrew.
We are in.
Solomon,
Okay.
we're in. Solomon, we're in.
I am in.
Hi,
Maria.
Solomon. Yes, Karibuni. For those who were not able to sign the attendance yesterday, kindly send me your name and email private chat on Zoom. Thank you. Anne, please proceed.
I've sent you
Okay.
my own. I couldn't sign today.
Sorry about that. Just a minute. I'm looking for. Okay, so welcome back to our discussion. I'm hoping Kevina will be able to put us into groups in this so that we can talk about what's going on within your spaces, the areas where you work, the fields where you work. Because I'm a journalist, that's my background, even if I handle communication. I did work in a comms office for many years and still hoping to go back there. I like to ask questions. So my inquisitive nature also comes in training, and I like to see who we are training. I just want to ask, Mary, are you in the call? Mary Gitau, are you in this class? Mary? I wanted to have a discussion with Mary with regards to the work that she does, because I did look up her profile. It was actually very random yesterday, but I have some questions to her in terms of some things that I think she would be able to assist the community with, and also to look at her visibility. But I did look up also one or two other people in this group. And why I'm going to bring it out is not even to out the person that I'm discussing, or rather that I want to discuss about. Is Jessica Monareng in the group? I know she was one of our registered scientists. I think she's from South Africa. Jessica? Oh, okay. Is that the Mary I was looking for? Mary Gitau, is this? Or it's the same? Okay. One of the things I wanted to say is that sometimes, and a question was asked, is often asked, is how do we get to engage? If you have something, if you have an exciting discovery, for those of you who are lucky to work for academic institutions or research institutions or offices that work within this field, you have comms people who you can speak to or reach out to. But I usually wonder if, Jessica says she's here, but she has issues with her mic. Jessica, let me tell you what I found out about her and why I wanted to ask her. Jennifer is actually doing her master's in agricultural sciences at the Schwane University of Technology, and she's on funding from the National Research Foundation, I believe, of South Africa. She's in love with animal science. So I looked her up, and there are plenty of citations, even online, that refer to her work or herself as an individual. But I was curious, and she can still put it on the chat for us, as to why I cannot find a social profile of herself. I'm not thinking about a social profile in terms of I want to see what she's doing on TikTok or something like that, but where she herself has come forth to tell us what she's doing, whether it's on a LinkedIn profile, whether it's even on a X, or we can also discuss what are some of the things that keep you from being recognized in the public space for many of you. At least we can try and use the ones that that are mostly used for work or for official purposes. So if Jessica can tell us, I know she's able to chat. Jessica, I couldn't find a social profile of you. I couldn't find you on LinkedIn. I couldn't find you on Instagram, and yet you actually have such lovely citations of yourself and of the work that you're doing on other platforms online. So maybe it's a question I'm curious about, because I thought, and you look very young and youthful. So I was also thinking the younger people are the ones who are more in touch in the social space. And then why I wanted to talk to Mary, and I don't know whether she's managed to join, is Mary is also one of those platforms, and she works in the mental health space. She's working in the mental health place. I looked her up, and she was one of the finalists for the top 40 under 40, which is sort of like an award that is given by one of our newspapers, but it just recognizes excellence within different industries in that. And my question for her was, she's in this space where they are working to prevent suicide and also create suicide awareness. On that, I've seen that she's been interviewed in radio. She also is able to talk about her work. There have been profiles that have been done with her, just the things that we are discussing about this morning, and how she's able to go about that, including how we can be able to move forward. The other question is one of the issues in the newspaper, and which leads me to some of the discussions that I want us to have in the next couple of minutes. Is one of the discussions in Nairobi is that in one of the public mortuaries where we dispose our bodies, that is, now they call it the Nairobi Funeral Home, which was previously called the I think what was the name? Now I've even adapted its new name. It was called the Nairobi City Mortuary. They realized that out of 200, every 200 bodies that are deposited, between 25 and 30 cases are actually caused by suicide. And we can see that there's a lot of issues within the mental health space. So I wanted to have a conversation with her in terms of what she can be able to do to actually support the community as we walk in this way, how she's also able to amplify this issue and to be able to go about it. I think I had spoken to her. I had actually emailed her to see whether we can have a take on this. But you're going to do this in the groups, because I want us to talk to each other. And what I'm hoping Kevina can help us to do if we break out is to just get into clusters, and then to look at a topic or an area. I'll put it up. What is topical in the news? What is happening in the news and being covered in the news that is related to your work? And what is your professional opinion about it? Now, this would mean that within the groups that you're placed in, you'd have to have sort of like discussions in terms of what you do, what is topical or important for the nation and the society in the area where you're working, and then what is being done about it. And you as a person, how you can be able to lend your voice and your influence in being to be able to make a difference in the society with the communication things that we've discussed this morning. How do you amplify your voice within that area that is being discussed? And then we will come back. I'm thinking if we do 20 minutes of that. Kevina, just give us guidance. Are we able to do the breakout groups?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so let's give it 20 minutes. I hope then when we come back, we can have people feeding back from plenary so that we hear the issues that we are discussing and that we are on about. And then what are some of your solutions to media, solutions to the public in general on what is happening on what is happening around. So the question I'm asking, let me just share my screen so that you can keep looking back to the question on it. Just a minute. So this is the question we are discussing. What is topical being covered in the news related to your work? And what is your professional opinion on it? And how do we move? What solutions are you offering in that area? So if Kevina can help us to do the breakout in the different groups.
Hello. Hello everyone. Kindly join your assigned breakout rooms so that we have this discussion and end in good time. If you don't know how to join a breakout room or need assistance, kindly let me know. So unless you're going to get a request to join a room just now. Who else needs assistance getting into a room? Unless I've sent you a request to join room C, just click accept or yes, and it will take you to that room. Is Abdulaziz, Adokia, Benjamin, Buba, Chrysanthus, Christine, Collins, Damaris, Dorcas, Edward, Elizabeth, Eugene, Faith, Felix, Gregory, Johnson, Josephine, Mudami, Josephine Wangare, Kitheka, Linda, Mary Kamau, Miriam, Nabat, Nicholas, Ruben, Timothy, Trimo. Are you still in the room with us?
Yes, Chrysanthus.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to assign you to the breakout rooms. Just click accept and join the discussion on the other side.
Hello,
Yes, hello.
you are saying we join a room and the process is, rather the procedure.
You just click join or accept. I've sent a request to you just now. Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Yes, so if it says, I'm not sure if it says accept or join, just click that. It's going to take you to that room. For those participants who have not been able to join the breakout room, you can still discuss the question here. The question is in the chat. What is typical in your country in the news related to your work? What is your professional opinion and how can you answer this? That's the discussion that we're having. So feel free to have the discussion here in the room and then we'll have one of the representatives talk about what you've discussed when we resume from plenary.
Please come again with the question. Solomon by name.
Hi, Solomon. The question is in the chat. Let me just repost it again there. Solomon, have you been able to see the question?
It came out, it's flashed and left again. It's not steady on the chart. I can't see it again. I don't know if it's because I'm using a smartphone, a phone.
Okay, so maybe I'll just read it for you. The question is, what topics are being discussed in your country or news related? What topics in your country are making the news right now and are related to your work? What is your profession? And how can you address them using the tools that we've talked about in today's session?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So in this room, we also have Chrysanthus, Collins, Damaris, Eugene, Gregory, Johnson, Josephine, Mary Kamau, Miriam, Ruben, Nicholas. You may continue with the discussion. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Hello, Kevina.
Hello, we're hearing you. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hello, we're hearing you.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Can I do my own contribution?
Yes, you may, Solomon.
Okay. My name is Solomon from Nigeria. I think what is the new what is making news in my country make it encouraged to acquire test skill, and it's being sponsored by the Federal Ministry of Communication and in conjunction with World Bank. So a lot of opportunities are there for young people are owed to learn tech with the electricity company, and I'm an electrical engineer by profession. That tech skill has impact in my job because now people can learn how to operate computers, learn some packages like
I think we lost you. Was it Solomon? I think we lost you. Solomon, can you hear me?
hello?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Yeah. That is my whole contribution on the topic.
I think we missed you for a bit. Could you kindly repeat that?
Okay, I said that my name is Solomon Obu. Like I'm from Nigeria. I'm from Nigeria. On the area of academic and skill, what is making news more now is learn of tech skill. So people are encouraged to learn tech skill, and most of the cases is being sponsored by the federal government under Ministry of Communication and in partnership with World Bank. So have centers and online where people come and learn. It's free of no charge. So in area of a lot of tech skill like data analysis, cyber security, content development, web development, and things like that. Many of them are being taught free of charge. And I'm an electrical engineer by profession, and I work with power distribution industry. So impact it has in my job. People that have learned this skill, they know how to operate computers, they can operate computers, analyze data, and they secure the system. So that is my own contribution. Thank you. Hello?
Thank you so much. Yes, Solomon, thank you so much for sharing. Do we have any other person in the group who'd like to share?
Hello.
Yes, hello, Chrysanthus.
Yes, my name is Chrysanthus Osiemo. And from Kenya. Kenya has just had some by-elections. I happen to come from an area where there was one of the by-elections in a constituency. So before the elections, politicians could traverse the constituency. And at that time, you will find that many people do not have their shops open. Some activities are not operational. People are trying to have themselves following these politicians. This, you realize, affects any development or other businesses. Shops could be closed until after the elections. Then after the election, they are celebrating. People are in a celebratory mood. So I am on business administration. You realize that such eventuality may always bring a situation which is uncontrollable, such that as a practitioner, you really have very little to do with controlling how they operate. Since politicians have sway over the electorate, you realize that there is very little that an individual can do to control these masses.
Okay, thank you so much, Chrysanthus. We have about 4 minutes to end the discussion. So if someone else would like to share or contribute to what Solomon and Chrysanthus has said, please go ahead. Thank you. For those just joining us, the question is in the chat box. What is topical in your country in the news related to your work? What is your professional opinion and how can you answer this? Thank you.
Okay, I think I can say something. I'm Madri Kagola, a student at the University of Nairobi, pursuing journalism, mass communication. And can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Madrik. Please resume.
Okay, what is the topical in your country in the news related to your work now? The topic, I can say the rise in the HIV in the country is specifically affecting the youths from age bracket 15 years to 24. The majority, the highest percentage in Kenya currently now, and that's really bad. And what I can say about it is that even the support that was coming from the US the other time was cut off, and the people are really struggling to live. Those who are living with the HIV, and the increased number that is currently creating a lot of attention in Kenya.
Thank you for sharing, Madrik. Will anyone else like to contribute? We have 2 minutes. Oh, sorry.
Okay, I'm just winding up. So,
okay, sorry.
Yes.
Please continue. I think there was a lag in my network.
Okay. So I think the measures should be created in social media through awareness, and also when people go to the hospital to take some to know their status, it should be free, of which now in Kenya, in most of the hospitals, it is being charged, so that people could know their status of free of charge. Yes, so that they may know how to deal with the nini.
Madrik, did you complete your statement, or is there a problem with my network?
I think I was just rushing because you said it is 2 minutes left. Yes.
I actually have no time. Benjamin, maybe you could contribute to the main class. Our breakout session time is over. But thank you all for your contribution.
Thank you. I hope you're getting me. I'm good accounts, and actually the session has been well since Monday up to today, and indeed I've learned a lot. So I just want to inquire something. There is a room that people are entering. I don't know, because I've been experiencing some tech issues. I don't know how I'm going to enter in that room, and what are they discussing? You can elaborate before I go to that room, kindly.
Okay, so Benjamin, we had a short breakout session. People were going into different rooms to discuss a question that was posed. What is topical in your country in news related to your work? What is your professional opinion and how can you answer this? But we are resuming, so maybe you could contribute to the discussion with the rest of the class. Did you get me, Benjamin? Benjamin?
Okay, I can see we are almost all back in. Thank you. I hope it offered a chance for people to connect, to hear where the areas where you're working, and also to see how we are providing solutions to one another. I know we were 4 groups, if I'm not wrong, and I'm just going to start from group 1. I know I was in group 3 and I was listening to some of those deliberations. Thank you very much for everybody who supported in coordinating within the groups. Of course, without a plan, that was very gracious of you. So from group 1, if you could just quickly share with the group 1 or 2 takeaways in your group on some of the challenges that we have in society that anybody mentioned and that we are providing solutions for. We can't name all of them, but if you have 1 or 2 that stood out, we'll be happy to hear from you. Group 1, please.
And sorry, before we resume, we had 8 groups. We had 7 breakout rooms and 1 in the main chat. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then we'll only hear 1 solution. And if we can have group 1, if you could kindly just step up and just let us know, since we are many, so that we can hear.
Okay. It's good afternoon, everyone, again.
Good
depending
afternoon.
on the time zone. In group 1, we had a challenge and a solution to it, currently facing a society in one of our countries. The government of Uganda had declared free education for primary and secondary. But now some of the schools actually charge an extra fee. Apart from what the government is supporting with, they're charging us an extra fee. Now this is a little burden to the parents. So the challenge is why is this extra fee being charged to the parents? Yes, the government is supporting.
Kiswahili unaongelesha tu mimi Kijaluo. Yeah.
Okay. Jairus Koki, kindly mute. So that being a challenge, a solution to it, which we discussed within the team, is having a stakeholder engagement between the government, the parents' associations, the head teachers, or the principals of the schools, so that we can find out why is this extra fee being charged. Is it because the quality of education is maybe deteriorating because of the finances within the schools, or the government does not have sufficient amount of money to support these schools? That was one of the solutions. Or the second one was the government to fully declare if they cannot support free education in primary and secondary, they just declare it out so that the schools can find a way to finance the education. If I've left anything out, Dr. Alex, you can kindly chip in.
Yeah, thank you. I think you have not left anything out. That is the summary of the issue at hand and the solutions, so the 2 solutions, because you have many. I think in any case, someone has not understood, then we get a question from the participants, then we can clarify. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Christopher, for giving us that summary, and Alex for reaffirming. Thank you. We are also social scientists here, and you can see, and this is a problem that not only affects education, social scientists, but everybody who considers themselves a parent or a guardian or something like that. Thank you, group 1. Group 2, can we have somebody give us just one of the key things that was discussed and the solution? Anyone from group 2?
I think people forgot which group they were in.
Okay. The group 3, I think group 3 was my group. Joseph, I think you were in charge of that.
Yes,
anyone else from, yeah?
Yes, we had gotten someone to do a summary, but what we picked out as the most critical one was the areas of climate change. there's a bit of infiltration onto the environmental spaces by human activity. And the solution we found out was, to provide all types of integrated research to provide solutions to mitigate, including the areas of legislation, which is the creation of the bylaws, to make sure that the environmental spaces are protected. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Joseph, for that. That was indeed true. We have a lot of, and I don't think it's only for the regions represented by those people, but climate change is one of the huge global factors that continues to challenge everybody around. Can we have another group? Anyone else who is ready to present?
Thank you. Let me give a summary. Okay, sorry. Who's that?
Go ahead,
Simon,
go ahead. I will follow.
Yeah, thank you.
You.
Simon and then Peter. Thank you.
Thank you. Our group spoke about issues of veterinary medicine, talked about issues of artificial intelligence, and issues of the political environment in Uganda. So with regards to artificial intelligence, we thought that most issues are Western lens. We need an Afrocentric lens to the extent possible where our grandmothers can understand in the rural areas what is artificial intelligence. Okay. With regards to veterinary medicine, we heard that there are studies being done by our colleague at the Ministry of Agriculture, and maybe if he has time, he can explain that again, because I couldn't get him very clear due to his mic. Thank you.
Do you have any additions from that group? Thank you, Simon. I love the response that you gave, that we need to look at things from an Afrocentric lens. One of the things I've been researching on most recently, because I'm working with a doctor in that space to be able to highlight her fellowship. It's a requirement from the donor who granted the fellowship, is we are realizing that especially in the field of clinical trials in medicine, particularly in the field of oncology, is that Africa accounts for very few of the global clinical trials. And yet Africa is such a good space for you to be able to come and look at how medicines can actually work here, because you have all sorts of cancers available here, and anything that can work in Africa can work abroad. So what is the case that is being made for that? So I think if we have more people who are able to look at that issue and to be able to give an Afrocentric lens, use the data that is within the continent where we upskill our data planning and our data outputs, then we are able to speak from the African voice and say, these are the statistics we have, and we pass them on, and we ensure that we also have a say where the global conversation is taking place. So I totally agree with you. Thank you for that, Simon. If there's no one from your group to add to this, we can take Peter's group kindly so that we can move on. Peter?
Thank you. We were group 6. And in our group, what came up was what is happening. We just had a World AIDS Day, and we shared the experiences both from Uganda and Kenya. And there were similarities on the infection rate. And we pointed out what is influencing this rate. And what came out was social media influence, unemployment issue, and also people just wanting to help others, not knowing what they have gone through to get their money. Now, the second thing has been mentioned, climate change, but we want to look at it from a mitigation point of view that came out from one of us who is a specialist in nuclear science, that Kenya is planning to establish. I think by 2027, we may have our own nuclear plant as a mitigation factor. Then lastly, on AI, it was mentioned is a challenge, and especially on agentic AI solutions. And we said no one is an expert yet, but it is there. Maybe just to say we have to embrace it or we will perish. Just like publishing, publish or perish. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Thanks a lot for that. Can we have another group?
Hello.
Hello, Dick. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so in our group we discussed a couple of topical challenges. There's a challenge in Uganda where the same thing under the physics, the nuclear space. They have a challenge in getting these resources that they can use now to implement on their researches. Yeah, we also talked on climate issues challenges, issues of invasive species among different communities, and also policies that governs adaptations and community resilience. We also talked about the on health sector about kidney diseases, if I can summarize, about now taking the knowledge to the community to understand how does this get into them, and being that they now understand the impact of this, the kidney diseases and all that. Now they are self-aware of the disease and how they can deal with it. And I think one of our members is doing a research on is going to do a research on that, on how this community-based participation can really help in this. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Thank you. It's good we are also tackling big topics. When you hear physics and nuclear space, it's something that sometimes has been discussed outside, but I'm glad we are having solutions here, and it's part of us, but we don't hear so much about it. So thank you for bringing that up. Another group. I think we've done 5 groups or 6, if I'm not wrong. The last 3.
Okay, I think I've seen on the chat, I think the team leader is asking me to speak on the behalf of Group 6. We had 2 areas that we were looking at that just came up as we were discussing. One of them is on the matters of GMO, and someone did a research and I think has confirmed that GMO is not the way to go because there are lots of chemicals, and actually she advanced advice that if you go to the market, don't buy those fat maybe fruits or maize or bananas, because you could be buying something dangerous, or even skumas that look very healthy, juicy, and all that. It's because they have been filled with those chemicals. And second one, okay, there was a problem of dissemination of that information, the findings from the research. And I think now this, your class today, let me call it so, is helping us see ways of disseminating information in a very fast way and a good way, because we'll reach the relevant people who need to have that information at hand. And on my area, I contributed that I did a complete research, very resourceful thing, topical area of domestic violence. And because I'm a psychologist, I was doing therapy to the victims or survivors of domestic violence. The research was very successful, and I wrote a very good thesis. I passed very well. Now, the problem is, and it hurts me to today, and I was telling the group even yesterday, publications ways are very poor. disseminating that information has been a bottleneck. And one of my colleagues then in the group, I think it is Comfort, who was, I think, the team leader, thought we could team up, we could collaborate from now on and see how we can disseminate these important things that our people in Africa, not alone Kenya, not alone Uganda, but Africa, can get feedback from researchers. I think I have spoken on behalf of Comfort. Comfort, are you there? With the permission of Mwalimu?
Yes, I'm here, but I think I will add something to what she has presented.
Thank you.
Yes, we had 3 major topics, but the discussion was centered on these 2 ones that she has presented. And on the GMOs, I think maybe she did not hear Evelyn well. Evelyn had presented that topic to us in this main house, and she was in our group, and we discussed it again in our group. We said that there is a lot of misconception about the GMOs. I presented from my own aspect of healthcare that I belong to a group that is interested in gene and cell therapy for sickle cell and HIV here in Uganda. Is a global group, and Uganda is leading in gene and cell therapy, is leading Africa in gene and cell therapy. But we still have ethical considerations. Our people don't welcome it because of some biases, some misconception, and mainly because scientists have not conveyed the science down to the people well so that they will understand and assimilate it. So that is what I will add to the first issue. And to the second issue, we have even given a solution to that, because she has a work, her PhD work was on gender-based violence, and we have also suggested a solution to that she should make it a global forum where I will connect her with some people in Uganda, and we can connect with people in other countries, so that we will see how we'll be able to disseminate this information of gender-based violence down to the roots. If possible, we translate it to local languages. Thank you. I hope I've spoken well. Evelyn, maybe you can add something to your own topic on GMOs. Thank you.
Evelyn, I'll give you 2 minutes. I know it's an area you're very passionate about, not to debunk too much, but I can already tell you that this is an issue that you need. I mean, I know you're already doing it, but perhaps you can think about a different way of disseminating. We've talked about explainers. Explainers would be a brilliant way for you to get this message out. And I can tell you already familiar with groups and with training. Maybe even as we discuss on op-ed, you can think about that. Even just mainly beginning with the issue that, and we have discussed it so many times, even in society, but it's still not well understood in terms of the confusion about, and it's not about telling us whether it is right or wrong. It is, this is the view, this is the scientific data that is out. Now let people make the informed decision, but these are the facts on the ground, because sometimes we cannot argue with facts, and like we're saying, it's our inherent fears, it's our inherent biases that we bring to the table in many of the ways that we do things. Do you want to say something for 2 minutes before I bring in the other group?
I think Comfort has clarified
Okay.
the issue with the big tomatoes and all that. It is not GMO. We don't have, the only approved GMO in Kenya is BT cotton. We don't have any GMO, yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Next group, and thank you for your discussions. You look like you had lost. We are celebrating 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Josephine, perhaps it would be a good time also to think about what media outlets you can look at, where you can send out a message about, even on your even on your LinkedIn, in your LinkedIn space or something like that, and see also whether if it is a shareable thesis, it would be one that you'd want to even give us a URL or an if it is shareable so that we can. But there are avenues. This is the right time. I know we began on the 20-something of November, so there might be space for you to talk about it. This is a really, you've touched, and I love also the people who talked about HIV/AIDS and World AIDS Day, which was just on Monday. But everything that you're discussing is quite topical, is quite mainstream. Last two groups, any others who have not shared? At least we're also getting to know who is in the room, which is a good part of this, is that we get to know who is in the room and who we are discussing with. The last two groups or three groups. Are they ready? Are they open to sharing? Just speak up. I don't think it matters if you have something to say. It's okay. Just tell us what there is, what came out or what stood out for you.
Hello.
Yes, Solomon, we can hear you.
Okay, I don't know if somebody has spoken for my group, but I know my group, I'm from Nigeria. We look at what is currently making news. I like on tech skill. Government encouraging people, young and old, to learn tech skill, which has indeed been enhancing productivity. And most of cases is free of charge. You just find time to register to any of the centers, both online and physical. So it's really benefiting, making people to be computer literate, knowing things about data analysis, data security, AI. So it's really booming now. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Solomon. I think it's important that people are literate and they can also avoid the pitfalls that come with the internet, which are a lot, which are massive, particularly for the younger generation. There's lots of abuse of the internet. So to be forewarned is to be forearmed. Is that it? I believe. Anyone else who hasn't shared and really wants to share? Anybody who has something new or current, maybe a publication that was launched in the last month that we can quickly hear about? Anyone who is in that space? Okay, if there's nobody, even as we continue, so that we can just finish the last, we try and see whether we can close with the last part of the discussion, which I also hope will be quite practical for us. So we've done this group work and the discussion on what is topical, okay? And what your professional opinion or what are you doing to be able to change this? I want us to go to op-eds or opinion editorials, because many of you, like you're saying, the work that you're doing in the spaces that you're in, you have already become established experts in your work, okay? If you don't get a place where you're able then to do a profile of yourself, to do what matters, an op-ed is a good way for you to go. An opinion piece, or op-eds mean the opinion editorial, my opinion, what I think, okay? It's not the editors, it's a self-opinion. An opinion piece that presents an informed view on a newsworthy topic, emphasizing the author's insight and unique expertise. Opinion pieces they are pieces, but they have facts and statistics. They use anecdotes to help us show up the argument and to lend color. Then they address one subject at a time, whether it is a social issue, like when we talk about, like now, what is going on, stakeholder management that we need. Why are schools being asked, why are schools charging extra? Is it a social issue? Is it cultural? Are they political interests? All of these are welcome. In terms of the position, the op-eds in a physical newspaper are actually on the opposite end of the editorial page, sometimes under the cartoon. So for op-eds, we have a mix of regular columnists in your papers and guest opinion pieces. Now, we write op-eds to clarify or correct something, information, to provide expert commentary, or to call for further action. If an issue is ongoing, and you feel that something needs to be done, an op-ed is a good place to be able to clarify and to call for further action. And that's why I asked you, what are the topical issues that are happening where you are, so that then we respond to them quickly, and this is one of the ways to do this. Op-eds are normally 750 to 800 words for the editor. We discussed that. So the style of an op-ed should be lively and provocative with a clear message and a transparent structure. Reading an op-ed should not be hard work for the general public. It will tell us where you're coming from, what you're addressing, the one topic, and what your resolution is on it. So it says avoid the boilerplate jargon and hyperbole. Hyperbole is where we use much exaggeration, okay, or religious indignation. Strong, colorful language and a memorable phrase or two will catch the editor's attention and lend support to the argument presented. The op-ed editor, he looks for clarity, brevity, and newsworthiness, as well as controversy. Controversy could be you coming and saying, no, I don't believe with what my member of parliament said. So here are the facts on this issue. No, this thing that is trending within the social space is not being well articulated. Here is my take, ABCD, on this thing. No, I believe my fellow scientists, without attacking them, presented this and this, I would like to counter their opinion. So that controversy also works. Intelligent, contrarian views expressed in a unique voice tend to receive a very positive response from the editors. So when you're writing an op-ed, because it is you, the science practitioner or the person, and I believe Joseph, they are able to see this even with the magazine that he works for in the Vision Group. So your guidelines is you track the news, look at what is being discussed, and you jump at opportunities. Timing is essential. What is dominating the news? Is there a famine? Do we have the landslides? Are there floods? Is there a war going on? Why is there a stock market panic, or just the latest controversy on a reality TV show? For those of you who are the information education space. So that's what readers want to read and op-ed editors want to publish. Link your issue explicitly to something happening in the news or in society. For instance, if you're a researcher studying meteorology, for instance, start off by discussing the ongoing famine or the ongoing floods, and then give your opinion. One of the things they're saying is that next year we're going to have distressed prices of food because the rains didn't come in time this year. There's if you look, the temperatures have also really been high. So then you think about those things and you're able to talk about climate change in that area, or to put a response. What should the government do? How do we mitigate those efforts? What should we do? And then now you give your opinion. Okay, so we've said the limit is 800 words. If you can, shorter is better. Some academic authors insist they need more room to explain themselves, and we are saying they do not. Actually, you can say what you do in 800 words. And if you're writing, by the time sometimes you even reach 400 words, you're like, hey, what more do I have to say? But I think the words do come later, but you still have to shorten them so that then the editor doesn't cut off your last words, which are the most important in your concluding arguments, because there's no space. So newspapers have limited size space to offer, and editors won't take the time to cut a long article down to size. So they'll just snip off the bottom part, make a single point well. You also realize you cannot solve all the world's problems in 800 words. Be satisfied with making a simple point clearly and persuasively. If you cannot explain your message in a sentence or two, you're trying to cover too much. That is 1 point per sentence. That's what we are saying. If there's a message, use a sentence or two. Otherwise, then you're pushing too much. For op-eds, put your main point at the top. You should have no more than 10 seconds to hook a busy reader, which means that you shouldn't clear your throat is to start giving historical things, because the readers, why should they care? Then at the end of every paragraph, as you're writing, ask yourself, so what? Who cares about this issue I'm talking about? So when you answer that question, and remember what we talked about your audience at the end, then once you answer those questions, you can be able to move on to finish. Will my suggestions help reduce the reader's taxes? Will I protect them from disease? Will these suggestions that I'm giving make their children happier? Will it give about a more effective society? Are we trying to improve livelihoods? Explain to yourself first why, then you can continue writing. So appeals to self-interest usually are more effective than abstract punditry. That means that if there's a self-interest in it, if you're writing like we are saying to improve society, it's better than you are just saying things because I have the knowledge about this particular subject matter for it. So we are saying an op-ed is not a news story that simply describes a situation. It is your opinion on how to improve matters. You need to offer recommendations. Are we looking for improved policy? Is there a lack of definitive policy in this issue that we are discussing about? So you show them how. You show them, give them, paint a picture in their heads better than discussing. So we gave an example of the much publicized Horn of Africa famine, which stretched into northern Kenya. And this, if I'm not wrong, those were the years when 2012 to 2013 there. And then we had the Kenyans for Kenya campaign where people put in money to the Kenya Red Cross to be able to respond to that. But the question is, do you remember the policies and the various technical meetings that were done by CGIAR or CARI during that period? Because they could see these are international agencies, they are government groups that actually knew, and they had policies and they had mitigation plans to do this. Did we see them? No. At the end of the day, what we saw is what was in the news. But would we have actually had some of these people and some of these people reflecting on what is happening, giving us the cyclical patterns? These days when you go, especially for those of you who attend this, what do we call it? There are these cluster groups, the ones that deal with all of these things. There are cluster groups on almost everything that work across government, across international organizations and things like that. There are always early warning systems that are given around the country, and they know what to expect. There are weekly reports that are done, but where do they end up? In these meetings and the boardrooms. Who comes out to actually cite them and bring them out and to be able to say this is where we are at, or even put them in a format then that the normal man can be able to read, or they can be disseminated by community radio stations so that even the communities are able to know how to mitigate these patterns that come all the time. Okay? And then remember that humans are vain. They remember colorful details better than dry facts. Look for great examples that will bring your argument to life, and then use short sentences and paragraphs. Now, if somebody comes at you, you've written your article in response to an earlier piece that made your blood boil. Okay, we've misinformed. Someone wrote an article about TCC and they said we are doing XYZ. And so I hurriedly go to my computer and I write this. It just says, just avoid these rebuttals. It will make someone look petty. And that's why even in life, we are told you don't have to answer to every opinion, to every point that is made about you. So it goes with writing. So if you get to that point where you realize I actually need to give a right of reply to this, mention the earlier article once and then argue your own case, just in writing. You say, Anne, in her previous article or letter to the editor on XYZ stated this. Then now you continue. Make your ending a winner. Summarize your argument in a strong final paragraph and conclude with a phrase or thought that appeared in the opening thereby closing the circle. You have your closing the feedback loop. Then newspapers and commentary sites now post guidelines about how they prefer to receive op-ed submissions. This is not only for newspapers; it also goes it also goes to the pages where you write, to the science journals that you write to the ones that belong to journalists as well. And if they provide an email address where you can submit the article electronically, but you have to check first. Include your contact information and say whether you have a photo of yourself available. It's very useful. It gives you good proximity and good, people are able to know who they are speaking to. So where do you submit your article? So in Kenya, you have your Daily Nation, you have the Standard, the East African. We also have blogs, scientific blogs. We have all of these blogs in the country that don't even wait sometimes for you to write them something if you're speaking about a subject matter. They will come, they will actually pick the article from your news feed, or pick the article from your LinkedIn page, or pick the article from your social media, and they make a news piece out of something that you've done without even acknowledging you. In fact, they just say that so and so teacher or researcher had this on their page, but they don't give you the credit that is right for you. So choose the blogs that are in your field that are well known, or the newsletter for your institute, or even your partners. Your partners meaning your donors, people within the same peer group, or within the same academic entity, or within the same job space or field that you're in. And then we know that op-ed editors will call if they plan to use your piece. If you must follow up with a phone call, make sure to keep it short, and then don't call the newsroom after 3 p.m. when editors are on deadline. Larger newspapers, global ones, let me tell you, may pay a stipend for pieces they publish, but most pay nothing. An op-ed is not a regular article that you do. Now, one of the things that I usually like to tell people is that in this op-ed that we are doing, or rather, if you get to the point where you realize that you're writing, just like what Jeremy is doing, is actually profitable, it brings value, you put up a post on Facebook or LinkedIn and you find people are reading your articles and are responding to them, you can actually make those platforms tools for your work to engage with. I know sometimes communities like us to work with influencers, and I know this is mostly for FCMG goods, the goods and the products that are there in the market. But these days, we also have people within the scientific space who are also able to become influencers in their own right. Influencers mean you have a certain following on social media and you're able to give comment or to give feedback or on something. Like the example I gave of this gentleman on TikTok, I'm just looking for his name again, Roy Kanyi. Roy is also now, I think he's made a name for himself where he's now being able to talk about products like phones, things like that, because he's talking about the AI space. He's talking about what to do and where to move. For those of you who follow a gentleman called Tony Ndungu, Tony works in also the field of education. He's an entrepreneur. He started a business that helps and guides teachers online so that students can be able to learn at their ease and things like that. But people like this who are in the social space are also becoming influencers in their own right. Like, for instance, when this country called Estonia is new to Kenyans. Many Kenyans don't even know about Estonia. But what they did is they took a couple of people who are in the social media space and took them to go on a visit to Estonia to see what they can do. There's a lot of this going on, including a most recent one that did not turn very positive. I won't even say the trip or where they went to, but I'm just saying that you actually find people just in the public profile just talking about what they're doing and where they are. But the scientific community, like I'm saying, or those of us who are preferring to be in the background, and most comms people actually are like that. Our work is to push push the content, push the bosses, push the organization. So you'll really find that you're the first line of defense to be able to speak up and do something. But we are teaching people to be open. We are teaching staff to get a mic and to say, I work in this division. This has been an interesting thing for me to do in this year about that. You also have to let, like I'm saying, your comms teams know what is of value in the projects that you're doing, in the partnerships that you have made with the external people that are of use to you. And because not all of us work in comm spaces, then we must own the social media spaces that we have. One of the things I haven't discussed in detail is the use of, for instance, radio broadcasts and getting onto these podcasts. Like I'm saying, a podcast is where you just go on, and even as the day is continuing, the radio presenters are able to call guests on air. I know, like in a station like Capital FM, Thursdays are usually designated for lawyers. So there's a new lawyer who comes in, I remember, and from everywhere, even from within Africa. I've had a South African lawyer, I've had a Ugandan lawyer on that, just talking about legal issues and of what use they are to the community and being able to speak about them. So you can find yourself on this podcast. The editors are usually, the presenters are open. Many people say the presenters are asking for money and things like that. That is not often the case in many areas, and particularly for people whose topics have something to say. So is the morning breakfast show. I have had all sorts of people in the mental health space, people in business, in government, people with new creative things go on the morning breakfast show and talk about what they are doing, upcoming events for their organizations, why it matters to the community. And it's always interesting to listen to this. So this is where I'm just saying that we need to think, even as we continue to publish, because for researchers, publishing is a big thing. But what secondary spaces or places can we present our work to, and to be able to know where we are? And now not everything has to go through the newspaper. We have a lot also of blogs that write good seasoned articles that you can hop on. There are blogs for everything, for science, for humanity, for education, for the arts, for medicine. All of these are out there. You just need to call them up and to be patient enough to find out who's working in this area that you are. I usually say also, if you have big openings or grand openings, I've said it again and I'll repeat it, have a budget. And not only a budget within your research space for media, but to take the journalists to the ground. It is one thing for me to go with nuclear company X to the field so that I show them my office. This is how we work. Look at our bios. Spend a day with them, even if it's inviting them to your space to field. Remember, we said the optics are important. What have they seen? What are they hearing? What does this station site look like? Okay, then we can talk about what the government is planning to do in that space. Then if you send them a news release, which is what we do a lot, okay, the comms people come and tell you, check that your subject matter is accurate. Are these paragraphs accurate? And you tell them, yes, they are right. Go on. So they provide a detailed nini, which media houses decide, do we want to do this? Do we not? It might not make it. But if you invite 5 journalists working within the science space in Kenya or even globally to come and spend a day with you in your office, to accompany you when you're doing your last community visit before you do the launch of a project, you will definitely have better coverage and better profit for your institution than if you send them written pages or just to spend an afternoon. I usually always say that it's also important to invite them, like to your opening events and things like that, but put in an explainer. Media can be lazy sometimes, and I say that being on this side is we have so many things and so much copy to go through or so many articles to read that if you don't provide me a summarized background of what your event is about, what are you people launching, who are the main people I need to speak to, they'll do what they want. And then worse is if you have invited a government official, which we like to do, to come and open your event, to open your workshop, they will work with what the government official has said instead of actually putting enough emphasis on what your occasion was about. So you must control the narrative. You must control the narrative going out and going in, and you have better outcomes for that. The final thing I'm also going to speak about then is our personal profiles in terms of work. So, like I was saying, if I just do a general run through, I'd like to find the least thing that you have is a LinkedIn profile. It helps me to figure out the space that you're in. It helps me to know what questions I'm going to ask you, whether I can follow you, to enable me to see the work that you're doing. And I do a lot of these in terms of looking at where people are working, particularly now in the science field that I have an interest in, because science addresses everything almost everything that we are in society. So please ensure that you have at the bare minimum a LinkedIn profile to just show even the very people that you're courting out here what you do. And as always, I say a small camera does great wonders. A small camera, even if you're in the outdoors, I say posting a photo of a place where you are. If you're working in northern Kenya and you're on a field trip there, or your car gets a puncture on the way to a site visit, the photo of that deflated tire and the photo of a photo that you find in Maralal or in Samburu actually speaks a lot more, and somebody is interested in knowing. And you just know these are the beautiful flowers from the Shaba Hills, or these are beautiful flowers that we picked in Maralal when we were going for this and this and this. And then now you speak about your work. Remember, you have given people something that is light and airy and speaks to something that they're familiar with. Then put in now your technical language or jargon, and always break down information. Make your child understand what it is that you do for a living in a language that they understand, without giving this complex binary and things like that they're not able to understand. So now I will give you this one. We will not do as an exercise because we discussed the topical issues. I want you now to, as your work when you leave here, create an op-ed for yourself. And because we are not all going to have opportunities to send letters to the editor or to work on these op-eds, put it on your LinkedIn profile. Carry this as your homework and reintroduce yourself to the world. Introduce yourself to the world in terms of, this is what I do, this is where I am coming from, this is the work that I am interested in, and I present myself to the society like this. And then now you will have easier things. I like to say, scientists, please be open to mentoring people in college, to mentoring high schoolers. Go out of your way to offer yourself, because people will not come to you sometimes. The institutions don't even know, and you know yourselves, if you're lecturing, you're so swamped that where are you even going to think that my students need mentorship from a particular field? But work with mentors in your space, not only to help the young people align within their spaces, but also so that we can even have a more effective community that is able to speak to young people within the areas and the spaces where they can develop themselves, but also on a broader scale, because I think we really, really need to have people who are able to mentor others. So if you've forgotten anything else and your carry home is this, is that we are able to influence the spaces where we are writing. Media is excellent for us. It's excellent for our big goals. It's excellent for institutional visibility, but that doesn't mean that you're not able to form your own personal identity in the social spaces where you're in. And that's what we want to see. This morning, we also got from Kevina, one of the our ladies, she's actually a doctor from the University of Nairobi. She was able to discuss in the media, and she had an interview with one of our journalists in the Standard newspaper talking about weight loss. And the opening statement was actually very eye-catching, because So it speaks of somebody and they tell them, you're fat, you're fat. And you see it, people have become very naughty in social media and they're telling somebody before you can say something and fat without actually even knowing what the issue is. And that's why I tell people also be kind to people when you're discussing something. If you know something that is better than someone, be gracious enough to speak in a kind language. But there's all sorts of things that are out there in community that we don't understand. We are getting things wrong. And I say, the loudest voices are not the ones who know everything, but the people in this room who we've been training for the last 3 days have a lot of knowledge and information, but we need it disseminated. So if we can hear from you more on climate change, make small explainers, even in your estate, as you hold your Christmas parties at the end of the year, ask yourselves, do people really understand or to know what we are on about? When they see your institutional vehicles coming or going, are they able to explain what my neighbor does for a living or something like that? So I even as we take questions, I sincerely hope that in the last 3 days, we've moved you from this space where it is only head knowledge and knowledge on publications and paper to push you to think about how else we can be able to share the information and the knowledge that we have. Twitter is very useful, and it doesn't have to be only a place where we are looking at the politics of the day and what is happening. All right, I'll take questions, I'll take comments from you, anything that we were not able to discuss in the last Nini to discuss. And then Kevina will also round up and share what she has shared on our chat. Anything on the discussions, any topics, anywhere where you feel we can offer resources, even if she has given them? Anywhere else? Any questions? The room is quiet. Is it, are we hungry? We can give some feedback or questions and then we can.
Thank you, Daktari. Maybe mine is just an addition, and thank you very much for the session. This was very, very past informative, and funny enough, some of us are entering into careers where writing cannot be escaped, and this means that in our field these days, a scholar can literally know that this is ChatGPT by how you formulate, how you structure yourself, and I think this is really, really important. So maybe, is it okay if somebody reaches out to you maybe after the session, just in case, they want to delve much deeper into writing? Because like again I said, if you're writing, for example, my takeaway was on the op-ed, how we have been writing op-eds and what you just described today has been totally different. And if I go and tell somebody, this op-ed was not written well, I think they'll probably go berserk. But anyway, I'll try and reach out to you so that I kind of see how we delve deeper into some of this writing practically, because people out here, I think, do different things, and maybe if we can all just put our brains together and see the way forward. So I think thank you, and thank you so much. This was really grateful.
Thank
Shukran.
you. You're welcome. I'll also put my contact here, and Kevina has given us amazing resources and also how we can become part of the community, which I think we should all do. But I will, like I'm saying, it's sometimes it's not easy to understand. I have written op-eds for my bosses. I've written op-eds for doctors I'm working with now, and I had to learn their language. But yes, there is a format that doesn't make it too heavy, but also shows that you're the person in charge of the conversation and you're the one who carries the knowledge. So yes, yeah. So I'm happy to walk along with everybody at TCC. We are happy to walk along with you as we build the community. So yes, feel free to reach out. Josephine, I think you said you did body shaming with the standard newspaper. And that's a really important conversation, because even alongside this body shaming, if you've not seen, the conversation has also been what women are using for weight loss. The two main ones
Exactly. Yes.
out there. Do they have side effects? Do they not have side effects? But what it is the pressure that people are. Yeah, it's the pressure and the lack of positivity. Everyone, if you say something and somebody, there's a lot of that going on. Maybe you can speak into that, Josephine.
It was a brief thing that I thought I should do, because as a therapist, I have met several cases of that matter, having been affected by the way they are stigmatized through their weight. And I thought, as a psychologist, I need to address it, because at that particular time, there were several cases of suicide. And I got to realize that probably some people give up. When they try out all these other methods, they give up, and their solution that comes easy for them, not knowing that it's end of life for them, they commit suicide. That was a touch for me. And well, you've caught my thought. I'm still thinking of how to bring it out, and especially on op-ed, and I'll contact you for that, for assistance. Yes, it's
Okay,
something
please
needed
do.
in the
All right.
community,
Okay.
in the society. Yeah, thank you.
Daktari,
Definitely.
that op-ed
Yeah.
thing is really, really important. That op-ed thing, I am really stressing.
It
That
is.
op-ed thing it is the thing, it is the in thing right now in our circles of work, because right now, for any activity you do, whether you are responding to a crisis, that op-ed always is the, even for funding. Okay. So I think that op-ed thing should have another different
Yes,
session.
definitely. Sure. Yeah. And let's all face it, all organizations require us to have visibility. But I also know that there's hierarchy. There, we always say who speaks for the media, particularly for those of you who work in sensitive humanitarian or academic organizations or institutions. You have your hierarchy. You know who is not supposed to say, but you can always work. Like for me, I always give voices to people. Like now, Anthony, in the space where you work, wherever you work, if the crisis touches on your unit, it is you I will give a voice, because we cannot give the voice as a comms person. We cannot give the voice for the head of the organization, and the person with the information or the statistics is Anthony or is Dr. Mothami. She's the one who knows what is going on in this mental health space. So she becomes the face of the organization. And at the end, you just say, Anthony is XYZ, this is what he does for which organization, or he's an independent scholar and things like that, and they are there. But sometimes it's just the knowing how to move there, the knowing who to contact and what to write about. So those are some of the good resources that we can be able to learn. For visibility, all our jobs are now requiring us to step up a little bit and to ensure that we are speaking and we're letting our work get known out there. It's important. Anyone else? Before I hand over to Kevina, I realize we've finished a little early on our time, but I always say there's no need belaboring the point. We can move as we go.
Hello.
Peter, yes?
Yeah, mine is on AI. Somebody was mentioning that about ChatGPT. This is just unsolicited opinion. AI is here to stay, and it was brought to ease in our lives as far as technology is concerned. Now, universities, research institutions have embraced it, and they are accepting students or researchers to use AI to generate their ideas. However, you must humanize it so that now it goes through your thought. AI, especially ChatGPT, it depends on what you make it to prompt for you. It is not just AI generating, it is you telling it, act as a prompt engineer and do this for me. AI, we have to embrace it or perish. It's a small technology that has taken over the world. We just have to use it. It is easing the work that we were struggling with, especially in studies. What made me invest in AI? I saw my niece, a grade 9 pupil, using AI to generate some formulas for mathematics. And I had not even known how to do that. Then they taught me there is Grok, there is DeepSeek, there is all those. Then I now developed interest in joining AI. For those of us who are millennials and over 50, we just have to embrace it. It is not a bad thing. It is permissible now, and it is going to stay.
Maybe I don't have a correct position for this one, but I'm asking, in the university, we are very much into similarity, anti-plagiarism, or Turnitin. Please give a word for how the two align, AI and Turnitin for the universities, please.
Okay, most of the universities have a policy, and they advise their children, their students that for similarity, maybe we want 10 below 5% like Daystar, or 15% like University of Nairobi or any other university. And AI also will be, there is an AI checker. So when you use AI, use it well, ethically well. So it is permissible now. Don't worry about the similarity. The university have guidelines on what you can do. In fact, like the University of Nairobi, they have had trainings on AI and how their students can leverage on AI. I don't know about other universities, but it is an in thing now, and most of the universities are in it. Thank you.
Sorry, we are still on it because
Can I
we
say
want
something, please?
15%.
Hello, can I say something, please? Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Williams, University of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. With respect to what the last person just said, AI, and you were trying to talk about the Turnitin thing. Yeah, Turnitin has been there before AI came. But just like you said, AI has also come to ease our jobs too. Now, I'm the research management officer of University of Port Harcourt. We have an AI policy for the university. And I'm an AI enthusiast. I train people on the use of AI in doing your research ethically. Now, one thing I don't teach since I started teaching the AI thing, I don't even teach plagiarism tools, because the way I would teach it from start to finish is how you can use it ethically, such that at the end of the day, whatever is the percentage your school, your institution is using, you'll be able to meet up with the similarity test and all that. So the AI thing is very useful. For instance, if you are doing a normal research on a good day, they going through Google Scholar, generating papers, literatures, sourcing for literatures, going through the literatures and all that. There are AIs that will help you source for papers in less than 1 minute, 2 minutes, enough related papers. There are AIs that will help you read these papers. There are AI tools that will enable you extract data in terms of themes, in terms of debates, in terms of research gaps, and all that. So it will extract it for you in an Excel sheet. Then you now start writing yourself. It has eased the job of going to the library. It has eased the job of using the conventional Google to search and all that. It will take minutes to do that. Help you arrange this thing in an Excel sheet. From those data, you can now start writing. So it has given you themes, it has given you debates, it has given you research gaps and all that. So then when you get those things, there are other AIs that are built for academic writing. While you are writing, it's suggesting synonyms, suggesting how you can maybe paraphrase the particular sentence and all that. So by the time you're done, you know you're writing ethically. You still meet up with the Turnitin thing. So that is just my contribution to what the last speaker said. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, Steve, we can hear you.
Thank you. I also want to contribute to this about AI and how it's used as a tool, especially for academic writing or any other sort of writing. It's also, I've seen in other domains where it is a requirement to declare how you've used it in your writing, so that it forms part of a policy, more of an acknowledgement to show, yes, to acknowledge I used AI and this is how I used it, so that it also gets to maintain or just uphold your integrity in the contribution it had towards that. But I also agree with the speakers or contributors who spoke before me, because it is, yes, a tool. And I say at the end of the day, as Dr. Williams mentioned, the process of finding these other materials, the other academic papers or reference and the literature, it is a strenuous process. But at the end of the day, how you came across finding those documents don't really matter, because you wouldn't get to report how I came about this particular document, but it is important that you have it. And it's a good tool to help you just cut the time and access all the materials you need. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Godwin, thank you for that.
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity. Why is the question? Often I hear people say, use AI ethically. So I just want to use this opportunity to ask, when they say use AI ethically, what actually are they referring to? What are they saying? Is it that maybe you use the AI and then when they check the AI level, then it should be within a certain percentage, or I don't know what exactly does it mean to use AI ethically?
Dr. Williams,
Can I
can
come
you
in?
come in? Yeah, or whoever is
Okay.
available, yes?
Thank you. Thank you. Like I said, it's a function of our institutions. My own institution, University of Port Harcourt, Nigeria, we have an AI policy. We have the percentage. Now, it is not about using AI. It's about using AI ethically. Number two, disclosure. It shows the integrity of your work. So we emphasize on disclosure. For instance, there is a particular study we are carrying out right now, and one of the tools we are using to analyze our data, our interview transcripts, is an AI tool approved. There is disclosure from day one and all that. So I said, now you want to start writing, you have a research topic. The conventional way or the traditional way of sourcing for related papers to that topic is a rigorous process. You and I know that. But we have AI tools like Arrow Discovery, like Consensus AI, like Litmaps that will enable you source for papers in minutes, in seconds. They will give you a map how these papers are related to your research topic and all that. So when you get these related papers and you export them to your research manager, either Mendeley, Zotero, whatever you're using, already you have them stocked there. Then you want to go through these papers. You want to start reading these papers. There are AI tools that can enable you read these papers. For instance, we have the chat PDF. Chat PDF enables you chat with a paper, extract useful information, useful data from those papers. Chat PDF will enable you go through your paper one by one. We have Notebook LM. Notebook LM enables you go through several papers at the same time, linking, giving you the relationship, how they link. It enables you do your synthesis, your critical analysis. It enables you do your systematic review, even at the same time, going through different papers at the same time. Then you want to extract themes, you want to extract debates, you want to get the research gap for your papers and from those papers and all that. We have SciSpace, we have Elicit AI, we have Answer This, we have Kimi, we have several of them. They will enable you extract data. For instance, your Elicit and SciSpace, when they extract this data for you, they will extract the topic, they will extract the abstract, they will extract the methodology, extract the findings, extract the limitations, extract the gaps. They will extract everything for you in an Excel format. These things have been extracted. It's for you to now start writing. There are AI tools that will enable you write properly. We have Paper Power, we have Research Power, we have Jenny AI. They are there. Then when you finish writing, this same AI tools will enable you also do your plagiarism check. Paper Power has that provision. We have Liner have that provision. You do your plagiarism check. You do everything, even before submitting the paper to your supervisor and all that, at the comfort of maybe your study, your home, and all that. So, like I said, if you follow the use of these AI tools ethically, you will meet up with your university limits. You will meet up with your university limits. I repeat, you will meet up with your university limits. I repeat, I am the research management officer of University of Port Harcourt. We have a research AI policy, and I train students, I train researchers, I train professionals, I train lecturers on the use of AI tools ethically in the writing of our research work and all that. So it is using it ethically that is the main thing. I don't know if I've answered you, please.
Oh, I think Dr. Williams, as someone has rightly says, yes, he needs to have his own session and his own webinar. So he needs to speak to TCC, and this is why we need to keep within the community so that if he has his own side meetings, he can invite us all to participate. I think we can all learn from this. And he's named a couple. I even thought I'll put them on the chat, but they kept passing me. So I think it's in order. Remember, AI is a big issue, is a big topic. It is here to stay. And they usually say,
Madam
yes,
Ann,
jobs will.
sorry. Madam
Yes.
Ann, I'm sorry, ma. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry.
Yes.
Okay, we are having a training, 12th, 13th, 14th, on the use of AI. We are having a training. 12th is an online training. 12th, 13th, 14th on the use of this AI. So those that might be interested can join the training.
Please
Thank you.
share it on the chat or within the community for how, and a lot of people are also asking how they can reach you. So that's
Okay,
part of
I will
what
drop
we do. If you
I'll
look at
drop my
TCC,
email, my phone
yes,
number. Thank you.
yes, yeah. And
Thank
then
you.
also, if anybody needs to find afterwards, Kevina is here to support us. I think one of the other things we know, I mean, we usually say that AI is here to stay, it's here to support us. And the thing is not, people should not be afraid of AI. We should just be afraid of how not to use the tools that are available for us. And an unethical use of AI that I keep seeing now, even in media houses, in job applications, is where there's no editing. And I remember in the country we had quite a debate in the last 2 weeks for an article, a serious article that was actually written And at the end of it, the AI prompt was left. It was not even edited out. So it means that the whole article had been written with the support of AI, which was not the problem. But why would you leave the prompt? And it means that there's a whole chain of command. The editor didn't even see that the prompt had been left out. So it really made the media house a laughing stock everywhere. Or these job applications or job needs that are left. And then, the second AI prompt where it asks you, would you like me to, those kind of things. I mean, AI is there to support you so that then you can avoid, you can avoid such blatant mistakes. And that's why it's there as your support and not for you to just embrace it, fully to become lazy in that. So Edward, maybe we can take the last two comments and then we can hand it over to Kevina. Edward?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's very good you brought out about this AI issue. My suggestion is that there should be more education on it because it makes as if AI is just something that is not part of our life, but it has come to stay as the earlier presenters stated. So let us know the bad and the good aspect of the AI so that at least it can help us in researching. So that in future, I propose that you organize an AI conference that we all discuss and know what we need to know about AI. Thank you very much.
Kevina has heard that, and I think those of us in the meeting have heard that. So that feedback is warmly appreciated. Any last comment before I hand it back to the meeting back to Kevina? Okay, thank you very much once again for the time you've taken to listen to me. Thank you for the learnings that I have. I always take the time to sit and look at the different areas that you're in. I end up following a couple of you who are in the different areas of your work, and I'm grateful for having been part of this training, of course, alongside my two other colleagues in the last 2 days. And also thank you to TCC for the opportunity to help us to advance the cause of science within the continent. And let's keep talking. Let's keep having our discussions within the groups. Kevin, I'll hand it back to you. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you so much, Anne. I would like to introduce my colleague Ebenezer, who's going to give us the closing remarks as I check the chat for any feedback and any inquiries or help that any of you might need. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Sorry about that. Thank you so much, everyone, for being a part of this 3-day science and scholarly communication training. Your participation, engagement, and curiosity have enriched the sessions. Mostly I would like also to appreciate our trainers from the first day, Nicholas Outa, and then Grace and Anne, for guiding us through with the depth, clarity, and the expertise. We are grateful for the knowledge and also the practical skills and the insights that the trainers have shared with us over the 3 days. So before we close, I have a few important announcements to make. So firstly, we have the feedback form, which has been shared on the chat. So please take a moment to fill it in and give your feedback, especially for day 2 and day 3. Your input will help us improve and continue offering the relevant and impactful trainings. Secondly, the resources used during the sessions will be shared, but also there are links of the WhatsApp, TikTok platforms, and the Mazungumzo podcast, which is our podcast and the training center in communication. So kindly explore these resources to stay connected and continue learning. And if you'd also like to reach out and need further support, the email address I trust is also posted in the chat. So as we had said, as Ms. Kevina had said earlier before, the certificates for participation, will be issued to those who consistently attended all the 3 days of the training. The certificates will be shared, I believe, before next week, Wednesday. And I think once again, I would like to thank you for your time, your contributions. The last contributions are really, really impactful. And your commitment to advancing your science and scholarly communication skills. And we appreciate you. And we really, really look forward to engaging with you in the future programs. And have a really lovely day. And thank you. Kevina.
One more thing. I had mentioned yesterday that we usually have TikTok mentorship sessions with Dr. Ota. We're going to have one tomorrow, which I believe is Thursday at 8 p.m. East African time. I'll make sure to translate the timing in GMT and the other time zones as well so that you don't miss. So if you feel like you had any leftover questions from yesterday that you would like addressed, kindly make sure you join the session, or you could just share your question with me on WhatsApp and it's going to be addressed by the trainer. I think that's all from my end. Thank you so much, everybody. It has been an amazing 3 days. It has been great to know you all. And thank you for all your feedback. We are going to implement everything that you've said. Not everything, the things you've said for the next training. Thank you so much. We hope to see you next year and tomorrow in the mentorship session. I'll leave the room for around 5 minutes so that you can pick whatever links you need from the chat. If you were not able to register for the attendance on Monday, Tuesday, and you attended the sessions, kindly share your names as you'd like in the certificate and your email address here in the chat. I'll also repost the attendance list for day 3. So if you have not been able to register, please do so. So you're free to leave. Have a good day. And thank you again.